Good morning, good morning. Hey, everybody. What's happening, my people? Welcome to the show. My name is Andrew Kibe. The show is Morning Wood only on www.rogueradio.live. Another Monday. Here we are doing what we do best. Sit here and just talk. Throw in any discussion from anywhere, any part of the world. It's a wonderful time to be alive. How was your weekend? What did you do? Did you do anything? Did you get up to any mischief? Did you stay at home and learn a new thing? Nowadays when I learn a new thing, I'm so excited. It's like I'm like a child. I'm just like, I can't believe that I have allowed or I have the patience to learn a new thing. There's a point I had really decided myself to the fact that I would never learn anything new. I'm old. That's it. I'm done. I was like, there's no learning a new thing. No, not for me. I have no more new things to learn. I'm old now. Let me just wait for the day I will die. What a big mistake. What a horrible mistake I had made, and that was just some stupid thinking. It is Anything Goes Mondays. Anything Goes Mondays. Just come in here, jump in here and tell me what you're thinking. Let's get the show on the road. Before we go anywhere, most of the time you think that the R&B musicians are the ones who simped out so badly. It seems like that was the case, right? You would think that was the case. You'd think it was only the R&B musicians, the blues. We used to call them the blues. So in Africa we call them the blues, in Kenya at least. I don't know about any other place. So we'd go to a place and say, hey, play for me some blues. Blues means the slow music, which the black Americans call R&B, rhythm and blues. Yeah? So the R. Kellys, the Tony Braxtons, the Whitney Houston, all that was rhythm and blues, R&B. So in Kenya we call them the blues. Play me some blues. And it was music that was supposed to be romantic. And when you listen to the lyrics, you would wake up and just want to make a woman your girlfriend and your wife, and you'd want to do everything for her. Well, it was not just in rhythm and blues, I'll have you know. It was also in reggae, as we hear from this song by Freddie Mac. Yes, sir. You guys thought the simping was only in R&B, rhythm and blues. Now the simping is worldwide, bro. That's a reggae song, or ragamuffin, whatever they used to call it, by Freddie McGregor. The name is Archibella. Archibella, you know that I love you, but you still go away. Come back, baby, each and every day. This is a reggae song, bro. God damn. The onslaught was heavy. The Negro didn't stand a chance, bro. If you liked reggae, they would go to you. They would come to you in your reggae side and tell you, please simp out like this. Go crying to Archibella. The beat, everything is nice. If you're in a dance hall or you don't understand what the guy is saying, it's very nice. But the moment you start listening to the lyrics, is Archibella, you know that I love you. We didn't stand a fucking chance, man. Welcome to the show. This is the Morning Wood Show, only on www.rogueradio.live. My name is Andrew Kibe. We do this every morning, Monday through Friday. Thank you so much to all my Rogue Radio listeners, wherever you are around the world. Appreciate it. Thank you for joining me every morning. You make this thing interesting. Also, my Twitter space is up. Thank you very much to my Twitterians. Thank you very much to my Twitterians for joining me as always, and to my co-host George and Gift also for being active until they cannot. Some of the two most useless human beings in the world, but I totally have nothing but love for them. No, I love you. All right. Yes, that was Archibella by Freddie McGregor. If you wanted to listen to rock, there was a rock that was going to simp the shit out of you. You wanted to listen to, what do they call it? What's the other one? There's rock and then there's this one the Wazungus like. Country. Yes. Oh, country. We had Kenny Rogers was going to sing for you a song about Coward of the County. Everyone considered him the coward of the county. Then there was, he would sing with another lady called, I think, the one with the big tits. Islands in the stream, that is what we are. God damn, bro. Then every Christmas time, they would have Boney M playing all over the place. Then there was Mariah Carey. What did you want? Whatever you wanted, they would have a way to make you simp out. And we did heavily. Now, the fact that you hear us listening, here on these spaces and on Rogue Radio, it is crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy that we heard this early. It's some time in Kenya. We do this 7 a.m. to whatever time. All right, welcome to the show, George. How are you, George?
Good morning, everybody. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the show.
All right, good to see you, George. George is here after a whole weekend. Who else is here? Oh, Gift Darrell. How are you, Gift Darrell?
I'm doing good. Why are you acting as if you know this guy?
Which one?
You're always with him. Yeah.
Which one?
George.
How is that anybody's business?
Oh my man.
How is that anybody's business? Whether he's sitting right next to me right now, how is that anybody's business?
Oh, he's probably pampering your ass.
He could even be just massaging my shoulders. How is that anybody's business? Yeah?
My man, how have you been, man?
No. We're still on the business. How is that anybody's business? Why would you want to be the one now to deliver that information out here? How is that anybody's business? Mr. Gift Darrell from Canada.
I'm from Kenya.
No, you're not the Kenyan. The simping that you do is not Kenyan simping. That is Canadian simping, bro. Simping ain't easy, bro. I know, it ain't easy. So why did you feel the need to say what you said just now? What was that about?
About what?
Well, I was introducing you. You decided to go into my relationship with George. What was that about?
No. Why, you two have a relationship?
Oh, of course. Everybody has a relationship with the other.
With a man?
Of course. What do you think these are?
Say no homo, man.
Okay, what do you think a relationship is? A Gift Darrell from Canada.
There's a difference between a relationship and a friendship and brotherhood.
So you don't have a relationship with your mother or your father or your sisters?
According to Kibe, no. According to Kibe, I can't even love anyone.
These are relations, bro. These are relations. You have relations with people. So they're called relationships. It's just that you guys don't know English enough to understand what's going on. Yeah? These are relationships. You have relationships. I have a relationship with you. We relate. You're like those guys who would be asked when you were growing up, so is this your friend? He's not my boyfriend. It's not my girlfriend. Why are you worried about are these big words confusing you, Mr. Gift Darrell from Canada?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Yeah, don't get too much into your underwear, and then now it stops being a problem. All right, relax. We all have relations with one another.
How have you been, though?
I'm easy. How have you been?
No. Hold on.
Oh, George.
Gift.
Yes, sir.
I want you to make breaking news today. What were you looking for in that introduction? There is something there. Just go free. Take off your shirt and go free.
Unplug the vibrator. Just go hard. What else did you have there?
Oh, no.
There is something there. There is, what is it?
No, I the way he introduced you, oh, good morning, George. And you probably even spent the weekend together. I'm like,
okay.
You guys have been together. Probably.
Okay.
Or maybe not.
Okay.
But you talk over the phone.
Okay.
Oh, that's where you put the full stop.
No, what are you not saying?
What, was I supposed to come out of the closet or what?
I just got a text message from heaven right now with the signature of God at the bottom. And God himself is giving you the leeway to say anything freely with no repercussion. What is it you wanted to say?
About you or about Kibe?
You go for it, bro.
Mm-hmm. Go hard. This is your chance, bro.
This is the God's just amnesty.
Kibe
amnesty, not international, but heaven.
And don't run, because I can hear you running. Don't run.
No. He's not running today, bro. You are squarely where I need you.
Go ahead, Gift. Go ahead. This is your day. This is your day. It's a happy birthday for you.
There's literally nothing. Today I'm just in a good mood.
No, let's not go for today. Let's go for that relationship.
Oh, the relationship between you and Kibe?
Yes.
It's probably the same relationship I have with you and the same relationship I have with Kibe.
So, is it jealousy?
Oh, no, I can't be jealous of Kibe. This is too ugly.
No, not of Kibe or me, of the relationship.
Oh, no, not at all. No, never. I would never. Cause I know the part I play in George's life, and I know the part I play in Kibe's life.
I don't know the part you play in my life.
Oh my God! Now you're throwing me under the bus.
Andrew, do you know the part this guy plays in your life?
No, I'm still figuring it out. Yeah, but go hard. Let's see how far you guys can go with this. I'm really very interested.
Oh, so you're interested in George just throwing me under the bus?
No, I'm interested in knowing why you said some of the things you said.
Oh, about the relationship?
No, not the relationship. Don't worry about that.
About the jealousy?
No. Just go a bit, just behind that.
We are trying to find out what it is. That's why I'm throwing catchphrases there for you to catch one and be comfortable with it. What is it? Because what you said there, if I was on the outside looking in, I could create a whole TV station of what you say.
Oh, your mind is probably way too deep.
Andrew told me that the other day when we were talking about something totally different.
Oh,
that the problem is I have the advantage of thinking at that level, and you're forgetting that not everybody is thinking like that of that particular situation. So now this is me delivering the message from God. There is this universal amnesty for you to go all out. So I spent 3 hours and 17 minutes on the phone with you 3 days ago.
Oh, that was so beautiful, man.
So is that where the jealousy is coming? Do you know what is the average time I spent on the phone with anybody?
Probably even 5 minutes.
32 seconds.
Oh, and George gave me 3 hours.
17 minutes.
That was the most beautiful phone call I've had. Better than the useless ones I've had with Kibe.
So were you wishing our relationship was stronger than it is? Or it was comparable to Andrew's?
Oh, no. It definitely wouldn't get to that level.
So
unless Andrew dies, then I'll probably take his place.
So that's the place you want to be. You see? Finally.
But the way Andrew is taking care of himself, it seems like he'll live long.
So
I'm not jealous.
Now you are insecure. You're not only jealous, you are now insecure. You are like, this man is not going to drop dead, and I cannot be the third wheel. And I'm in Canada, and these motherfuckers are always south.
No, I can actually fly and just come to where you guys are. It's just that.
So what is your imagination of when you say you guys probably spent the weekend together? What kind of things do you think we do on a Friday night or a Saturday afternoon?
Kayaking. I think that was the plan for the weekend.
And what else?
Nothing. Kibe enjoys, going to these joints and, watch some nice 20-year-old girls, with nipples facing the north and everything. But probably...
And riding a bicycle.
No. He probably got tired of that. That was the worst investment he ever made. Because if he had rode a bicycle, he would have actually been talking about it. The last time he had a conversation about the bike riding thing, that was like, I think 3 weeks ago or a month. So I don't know. Kibe, do you still ride your bike?
No, you guys finish with George. Don't look for amnesty here. Finish with George. Yeah. See it to its conclusion. Don't run.
I love you, George.
So, so the things Andrew likes to do, that kayaking and riding a bicycle and going to Formula One and what is the other event that comes at Kota, Andrew?
MotoGP.
I have zero interest in those things.
For real?
I was in Austin before there was ever a Formula One in North America. I watched them build that shit.
But you've never attended it?
I never attended it. I did, but somebody else was paying for it. It was a corporate package. And I was making money.
Okay.
But I have no interest in that kind of... When Andrew got the opportunity to do it, he was like a kid in a candy shop. And I'm like, I am not coming tomorrow.
You couldn't believe a 45-year-old man would just get excited over such things.
So I think it was the MotoGP, and this was maybe in August or in September last year.
Yeah.
And I was in Kenya at the time. So I was going through the packages and I say, there is this whole weekend package. Do you want me to buy it? And he said, yes. And I'm still hesitant. And I'm like, does this guy know how boring that thing is? Because I didn't know much about him at that. I said, okay, I bought it. And he said, how much is it? I said, it's 600 and something. And now he goes into Kenyan mode. Oh, that amount of money we have been have the Kamulu plot.
That's 60,000.
And then I came and we went on the first day, and I'm like, this is not for me. The second day, I dropped him and left. The third day, I did not even take him. He had another driver take him there.
So what you're saying is the activities Mr. Andrew enjoys, you probably not even interested in.
Not probably. 100% I don't. So no, now you're talking about hanging out at the domain. We have a spot for there. What is the name of the bar, Andrew?
Dogwood.
Mm.
So it's a bar?
Yeah, it's a club. It's a big space with an upstairs, and you can order very nice, standard food. And there are young people, flocking in. And, if you go on a good day, there is not too many black people because they only show up on Sundays. But, so you go there and you sit and you start taking drinks. And I'm telling you, in the amount of time that I have gone there with Andrew, we can even call it 50 times, right?
Oh, that's probably daily.
So I have, in that moment of time, I have drunk more alcohol in those times than I have for the entire of my life outside of those times. It's not my thing.
So what you're saying is when you get bored, you drink?
No. When we go with him there, I drink. But that is not me. I'm trying to show you his interests are 100% opposite of my interest. So the kayaking and the Formula One and the MotoGP and the bicycles and even hanging out in a club are completely not my things.
Your things.
So I'm trying to tell you what you think we have here that you are so envious of. You'd be disappointed if you came down here and found it's not true.
I don't like MotoGP. I love the Formula One though.
Don't change your taste to suit now what I don't like to be on my side more than you would be on Andrew's side.
No, but I'd actually the one thing that I actually have on my bucket list is to go to the club with Kibe.
Okay. What is your fantasy expectation there?
He'll probably be a judge. And I'd want to throw game and he'll have content for like a whole year.
Bro, he always have content every time he goes to that place. You hear him speaking about something that on the show is because he observed it there. And this is the kicker.
Mm-hmm.
I am not learning of what he observed until he's on the show and speaking about it. And now I'm replaying the video in my head. It's like, oh, is that what happened there?
So he's content hunting. Keep it.
You guys can, I see why you spend 3 hours discussing.
So now all that fantasy you had of such a nice relationship I have with this motherfucker,
it doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist because we have nothing in common.
No, George, I've seen some of the bitches that you have, bro. Let me just tell you, when I land in Kenya.
Kibe, you're an idiot.
Yeah, if you put a number and say between 21 and 23, 24, I think you have something in common there. Then probably yes.
Yeah, but I told you guys, it's 18 plus 1. Okay? 18 plus 1. Genesis 1. So you start with 18 plus 1. As soon as she's leaving Huduma Center, you're like, hey. She went in a child, came out an adult.
Diani.
Yeah. That's what's up. All right, gentlemen, let's move it along. Yeah.
So it's actually
So are you done with that line of question? Because you seem like you had some information you wanted to throw out there.
Indulge him, Andrew.
Yeah.
Indulge him.
No, not at all. I missed you guys.
You missed us.
What? Now that sounds gay or what?
No, I'm just wondering. You missed us, as in like you have our numbers. What's that missing about?
Okay, let's just forget about that. So.
What do you mean? I mean, if you missed,
man, that's like a boy.
You guys are running all over the place. Why did you miss me? You wanted to talk to me? You didn't have my contacts?
No, I do.
You can even talk to me on Twitter.
I missed your content.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's been like a dry spell from Saturday. I think the last show you did know was on Friday. So from Friday all the way to today.
I feel your pain. I feel you're running. I can see you're running. Yeah. So now what happens is next time you want to say something, you'll have to think twice before you open your mouth to say it. Yeah. Because now you see, because I don't know why it is burning you that much. It's really burning you. You want to say something, right?
No.
There's something you want to say, but you just can't say it. So you're like those women. Have you seen those women who give information in bits?
Yeah. Now you refer to me as a...
Now you sound like Njeri. Oh, no, I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that. Kibe was here in California and he picked up some random chick from the club and they went home with her. No, I don't want to say that.
I don't want to say you're an idiot.
I don't want to say what I know, but here is what I know. But I don't want to say it. Yeah, you guy.
So what did you do over the weekend?
Oh, nothing, man. I just I was on my grind. That's it. Just
the
like
kayak thing didn't work.
Oh no, it's too hot, man. I don't have time to go to.
But that's the perfect time to kayak.
No, it's too hot. It's too hot. And plus, I was learning this new software. Yeah, so I was like, let me just sit and let me sit in my own space for now. You know, sometimes it's good for a man to sit and think. And then I watched a good movie. I want everybody to watch. You guys need to watch a movie called Revolver.
When was it released?
It doesn't matter. Just Google it. Revolver. It's you guys. Every one of you need to watch it because sometimes you think what you're doing is you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it is your ego. Like now for you, Gift, you know your ego is still very dominant in your life. Your ego is still dominating you.
Well, why do you say so?
Oh no, I can tell by the way you talk. So,
how? I don't understand.
So your ego is way up there. It's more of your ego talking all the time than not your ego. So you have not let go of some of this stupid shit in your life. So you need to get rid of that ego because that ego is very evil. Yeah, like have you ever heard me having the conversation with guys and I ask, why do you want to get married? And you hear excuses like, oh, you know, a man needs to leave a legacy. A man needs to have kids. A man needs to do this. And it's not you saying those things. It's something else saying it. It's not you.
Selfishness.
Because you don't know, you've never known you. You've also heard me say in the past that you were born just when you were getting to know yourself. You were thrown into kindergarten, and now there's somebody teaching you something. Well, you are just getting to know yourself. And then now you're being taught for the next 20 years. All the way into campus, from kindergarten, pre-unit. We used to have pre-unit. Then there was primary. Then there was secondary. Then there is campus. So all through, there's just one person who's teaching you. They come into class and they're just bombarding you with information like it is important. Yeah. So you never get a chance to know who you really are. And then now, once you're done with campus, as before you handle your shit, and once you start getting some small money, now they bring in a woman into your life. And at that point, it's going to be your mother who's pushing you towards that direction. Your mother and her sisters. They're like, oh, no, now you have some small money. I'm sure you can now start doing, not just through the church, bro, through everything around you. If you are a Muslim, it's going to be through the mosque. The imam himself will be telling you. Okay? So you must be very careful that your ego has been growing, yet you have not been growing. Your ego has been growing and you have not been growing. So you must now start to recognize that your ego has been making a lot of decisions in your life.
True.
Yeah. So even for you, Gift, you must realize that. Because that ego is going to fuck us up. And that's where you find yourself thinking more than you should. Like now, the way you are thinking right now, that was your ego speaking. Thinking more than you should. Yes. Now you're saying more than you, because now you're going into your imagination. You're thinking of yesterday and you're thinking of tomorrow, and those two things don't exist.
It's gone.
They don't exist. Gone or not gone, they don't exist. The only thing that exists is now.
Now.
Yes, so you must live in your now. Your now is what everybody is afraid of. So try as much as possible to live in this moment that we are in, okay? So when I say hi, Gift, you say hi. Yeah? When I say hi, George, whether we're in the same room with George, it's hi, okay?
My boss.
Are we together?
Yeah, we're always together like dear.
Very good. All right, let's move it along. Let me hear from...
Before you even continue, I actually came across something. So there's this old woman who decided to post something, Betty Kialo, or Talo, whatever she calls herself. So it was actually a conversation, I think an interview or something. And she said, I'll just read it. It's a short thing. I quote, "I have standards. I can't date a man who doesn't have a good car. A good car means TX or V8. If I date a man who owns a Pro Box, then it's like insulting my standards. I can't fall in love with a man who earns less salary than me and doesn't have a better car than me. I urge my fellow women to set their standards, and it's better for them to date a sugar daddy than these struggling boys who are even struggling to breathe." So this is coming, I think she's like 35 or 33.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the same, I've realized the same pattern of discussions coming from the likes of Betty Kialo and who's the woman that you hate, the older woman, Akothe.
Why would you say I hate her?
You don't like her. Okay, you don't like how she moves.
I don't hate anybody. Why do you have such big words in your vocabulary? What's going on there?
Have
I ever said I hate? Have you ever heard me use the word hate anywhere?
You don't like her.
But have you heard? Why wouldn't I like her? And yet I don't know her. All I know is how she moves, how she behaves on social media. That's all I know.
That way. That's probably what I wanted to say. And these are the people who are trying to tell young girls to have standards.
But again, so, you must recognize one thing, Gifter.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody right now is probably operating on ego. Okay? So everybody is operating based on what they think they know. So your ego is probably almost maybe as close to age as you are right now. So if you're 28, your ego is probably close to that age, maybe -4. Okay?
Yes.
And the real you is not grown up at all. Because you've never given the real you a chance. So all these people, everybody in your life that you know, they're operating based on what they think they know. So even when you hear someone like Betty Charlo saying some of these things, she's not saying them because she has a plan. She's saying what she thinks she knows. In her head, this makes all the sense. Same thing with Akode and everybody else who even makes a mistake in this life. They are making these mistakes thinking that they were doing the right thing. That's why you find that women actually have a bigger ego than men. And you find that it's very hard for women to acknowledge that they made a mistake. So women rarely apologize. It's very hard for them to acknowledge they made a mistake because it's their ego speaking. So even when you're listening to these ladies, even most of the time when I'm saying what I'm saying, I'm not saying it to the person. I'm saying it to the behavior. There used to be something where the parents used to do a long time when parents were parents, and they would beat the shit out of a child. And they would say, I'm not beating you. I'm beating the foolishness that is inside you. It's not you. You, I love. I love Akode and Betty Charlo and all these other bitches in our country. I love the shit out of those women. Right? But the runaway ego that has them captive is what we are dealing with. If you go to court,
But it's a trend.
If you go to court, they not only punish you, but they use you as an example. They say, we're going to punish you, and also let this be an example to anybody who thinks that they can behave like this and get away with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So some of these things that we do and social commentary, and you see me doing all these things, it's because you have put yourself out there, yet you have tapped into the dark side. So now we must show people this is the dark side. You cannot allow this to happen inside you. Recognize it when it's happening and stay away from it. Okay? So the same thing you do with kids. When you see them going to the dark side, you discipline them. And you tell them, now I want you to recognize when this is happening next time, this is the dark side. Don't go into this side. Because the dark side is always waiting to grab you and pull you in. And so that's why you find when the kids are not reined in with discipline, they grow up to be very indisciplined, and they are always ready to go into the dark side. The dark side becomes their friend. Have you noticed that? Like children who are raised by who are raised angry are able to connect to the dark side very fast. So unless a kid has been brought up well, disciplined, that they're able to fear the consequences of going to the dark side, oh, my friend, you're going to have a disintegrated society. So that's it. So I don't want you to look at them and think that they are wrong. In their minds, bro, these people look at us like we are wrong. Nobody's walking around thinking that I am wrong and those other people are right. In their minds, they're like, Kive or Kibe or Kife is such an evil motherfucker. And he dares open his mouth to talk about what we are doing. I want you to get that dynamic. They look at me like I'm so evil. They look at everybody else around them, whoever tries to tell them anything, like we are so evil. And now you see someone like Akode is going to break up with her boyfriend, come out into the world and tell us that she won. She was with a guy who was maybe 15 years younger than her. She comes out into the world, comes out and says, this guy was stressing me. And now I am happier. And in her mind, she is still right throughout. There's nothing wrong with anything that she has done or she's doing. When she stands there and says, my daughter's virginity is going to cost 900 million shillings, in her mind, bro, she's 100% correct. So don't look at the person and think that they are wrong. In their mind, they're doing well, but it's their ego that is speaking. Their ego has dominated them.
Do you think you speak out of your ego?
Sometimes I do.
And
I have
what are the repercussions?
I have to catch myself to remember that I'm in the moment. I have to catch myself and remember that I'm in the moment. Because if I don't remain in the moment, then I'm going to make mistakes. And when you make mistakes, then those are blunders in life. Why would you walk around making blunders in your life? The world is such a beautiful place to be in. Life is beautiful. You cannot go around making mistakes. Yeah, but you look at most of the mistakes that you have made in your life is because you allowed your ego to lead you. You are led by the ego. You are led by your dick. Your dick is the ego. Your feelings. I wanted to feel good about something that, these achievements that men have, these achievements that make you feel good.
Yes.
Yeah, when you feel bad, that is your ego. That is your ego all the time because your ego likes... Have you seen those people who are so caught up in these pity parties? Like the people who have depression and they are so happy being depressed. They can even say, hey, you know what? I am depressed. I'm going through things. They are happy with that. They are happy being a loser because they know that's attention. They are getting attention from people. Whether it's good attention or bad attention, as long as they're getting attention, your ego is being stroked. So it's a very dicey affair. It's a very thin line to walk. So you must be very careful to always catch yourself and understand and create a demarcation of your ego and the real you. So when you hear me telling men, you should not be emotional. Every time you get emotional as a man, your ego is on the driver's seat. All right. Yeah. So Gift. Let me introduce the show a bit. Thank you. Let me hear from Mkenya Daima. He's been here for a minute. Mkenya, how are you?
I'm good, bro. What's up?
Anything goes Mondays. What's happening, bro?
Well, everything is good over here. But I just had a few comments. A lot happened over the weekend, and it was crazy. And in the same category of when people come out online and say things, there is something that happened, and I was just looking at it. There was this lady who posted a picture of herself wearing some bikini. I mean, don't ask me how I came across it. Twitter is funny. When someone likes something, you find it on your timeline. So
I'm sure you did. Yeah, I'm sure it just popped up, right?
Yeah, it just popped up. Then there was some juicy legs and some titties over there, and people made comments. It's classic of Twitter and every other social media. People are going to make some positive comments, others are going to make whatever comment they're going to make. And the lady happened to be 37 years of age, and in that line, she made that tweet. Then after that tweet, she I don't know, some people made some comments, some weird comment around it, and I think she picked the negative comments. Then she went ahead to deactivate her account and also make a long video, 2 videos, I think. Say, Twitter, people are bullies. This place, I don't know, I don't like it and everything. There is a lot of cyberbullying in Twitter. Then I was asking myself, Kibe, if you make a tweet, and it's your picture of your body and everything, you are exposing whatever that can be exposed in a bikini and everything, just because you're feeling good about yourself. Is it wrong for other people to make a comment about you? Because, you brought it out to the public, and you cannot expect all of us to give you the same, you mentioned something called attention maniacs. I look that's the same type of people, because I was looking at it. Why is she crying that she was bullied on Twitter? Twitter people are bullied. There is a lot of cyberbullying. But, she made the tweet herself. So I was looking at it. I'm like, are we wrong? Are we wrong as a society when we make whatever comments we make? Or it is the person who is looking for the attention. Then when they don't get it, then they start crying to us. Who is on the wrong, Kibe? I want just to hear a general opinion, because she has been crying. She even had to deactivate her account.
Attention seeking.
Yeah. It's becoming a problem. It's becoming a problem actually in this country, Kibe. It's becoming a problem.
You guys don't understand how youth for women is their currency. For women, their currency is youth. So when the youth is beginning to fade, they are willing to do whatever it takes to gain the attention, whether it is negative attention or positive attention. When the youth is beginning to fade, they are willing to do anything. They're willing to cry wolf so that people show them attention, especially someone who has been beautiful. Someone who has been beautiful for a long time, they are so used to all that attention. You guys don't understand how much attention women get. Imagine this girl, from the time she was maybe 16 or 15, or maybe even from about 12, 13, she's been receiving all this attention from boys. Then she goes to high school. Now she's even getting attention from some men while she's in high school. Okay? Then she goes now she leaves high school. Now she's a woman. She's been given her ID. She's getting attention from everybody. And then she goes and you see now what happens is that attention is like a drug. It's like a drug. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. So this if she walks into town, if a woman walks into town and she's going to walk from one side of the town to the next, she's going to have maybe 20 or 30 people try to say hi to her. Okay?
Yeah.
And
sure.
For us men, we don't know that attention, because you can walk from here around the globe and nobody will say hi to you. Yeah, unless you go to Siberia where there are only white people, and then they realize that you are black and they're like, hey, are you lost? But men, we don't get that attention from women. Yeah, maybe now with the new age of, what do you call it? The internet. But for women, they are getting this attention even before the internet was there. All the time. So this chick, if she's 37 and she's hot now. Imagine if she's 37, she's hot now. How hot do you think she was when she was 18?
And Kibe, I have a feeling you might have there is a ability you know because it's the Taruri chick. You know, you might have.
No, I saw. Oh no, man.
No, I mean,
bro,
the guy we used to call Kibe because of what used to bomb almost every chick. So I mean,
bro, the chicks I bomb would never even want to be known. They would never. They are just recluses. So this chick, imagine she's 37, and I saw a photo of her, the beginning photo you're talking about, and
yeah, sure.
Yeah, so and if she's 37 and she looks like that now, imagine how she looked when she was 21, 22, 23. So she's been getting this crazy attention from men, and not just men. Because the hotter a woman is, the higher the value of the man who's going to step up to her. Okay? So don't think this high value man you guys talk about nowadays just started the other day with Kevin Samuels. No, it has been there. The man who knows, have the resources to be able to get the hottest woman. And the hottest woman says, I must get the man who has the most resources within wherever she is. So she's been getting all this attention all her life. And now she's 35. The attention is beginning to fade. Because the age.
No, it's 37 kids.
No. I mean, we are now, we've moved from 18 to 25. Now we are 35.
Yeah.
Now the attention is beginning to fade. She's 37. She has no kids. There's no attention because women crave attention. So they're supposed to transfer the attention from the man now to the children. You get me?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
You're supposed to transfer the attention from the husband now to the children. Now the children are going to show you attention. They're going to show you they need you. And now at some point, this is going to get the attention from the grandchildren. So now this woman is at 37, depressed as fuck because there is no possibility of her getting attention from children anytime soon. Because she had put herself out there in a crazy way. And now
I think she said she's an antinatalist. She doesn't even want to get kids all her life.
Exactly. Now her own words are the ones which are burning her. Her own words, that whatever she said, now that's becoming a shackle unto her because she said, I will never do this. And now every time she tries to pop up, people beat her down with that information she said. And now the attention is not as much as she was getting at 37. Who wants to deal with a 37-year-old when I can go to Aziad who's just turned 22?
Aziad turns 22 every year, Kibe.
We're still. So the point is, she's not getting the attention she was getting at 22. Now she's becoming desperate. It's like a drug. the drug that you are using yesterday, you're going to need just a little bit more today. And you're going to need a little bit more tomorrow. And at some point, you find that people stop, even the alcoholics. The alcoholics can no longer take beer because beer does nothing for them. They want to take something that's going to give them a quick fix so that they can come back to normal. And then now you can start talking to them and they can take anything else from that point. So she's going to need just a little bit more and just a little bit more. And now they're getting desperate. You'll also see with Michelle and Talami, you'll see the desperation. You'll see the desperation with someone like Kanye's West wife. What was her name? Kim Kardashian.
Kim.
Yes, you'll see the desperation. They keep getting more and more desperate. And they want to trend more and more. And they're going to do anything to make them trend. So stop looking at her. Look at her as a broken woman. Looking for attention. Whatever attention she gets, good or bad, she's happy with it.
So, Kim, basically, you are saying we are the pawn in this game. Like, we are the pawn in this game, like some Kenya Daima who are just there.
You've always been.
Give it attention.
You've always been the pawn. Because women, what they crave for men is attention. That's all. Yeah. Look at someone like Steve O'Simple Boy's girlfriend. She's been going around everywhere, just gathering all this attention from media houses. Just for being a girlfriend. Imagine, nobody knows what she can do. We don't even know whether she can do a headstand. Just from being a girlfriend, she's getting all this attention.
But Kiwi, probably she can give a good head. We never know. I mean, what do I know?
Without heavy tongue. But you get what I'm saying? Yeah? So,
yeah, sure.
So it's attention. That's a currency. Now, as long as men are talking about her, even right now, wherever she is, she's probably connected her vibrator. She's so happy because we're giving her the attention that she wants.
Shit.
Yeah, so it's attention. That's what we trade for our time. Men trade attention. That's what is. If today I was to teach you how to operate with women, the first thing I would tell you is don't give them attention. Okay? If I was to, yes, because the more attention you give them, the more they discover you. You've heard me saying all these things before.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so if I was to teach you anything about how to deal with women, is don't give them attention. Then you're going to have the power. But if you give them attention, then you make them slaves of your attention. And now when they don't get you, they go crazy. They're like that addict who's not getting the attention that they wanted. That drug that they wanted, they can't get it. Now they start going crazy and start reacting in funny ways. Some women demand of their men to actually physically do something to them for them to feel that this guy loves her, because that's the attention she's getting. She's able to get a reaction from this guy. It's crazy, right?
Yeah, it's crazy, Kibe, because I think now we are the victim. We thought like she was the victim, but we are the victim.
No. You're the idiots who are making her trend. Every time she comes and she throws her photos out there, you guys go hard on her. She's like, I got my fix. And now I need another month, then I'll come back. That's why these women are going to even come out as lesbians just to get that attention. They're going to come and say some crazy things just for the attention.
I see now they'll focus in me and the rest of other 2 million Kenyans on Twitter. If not 15.
Have you seen a woman putting up a photo and there's going to be always a simp in her inbox? How many simps do you think are in her inbox every day? Say, you're 37, but you look like a 21-year-old. Me, I would date you. She loves that attention. She's not going to give anybody any time. She's like Peter Pan with all the hopes and wishes from all the children. Now, you guys are the children. She's using you to give her all the attention.
So after another 2 weeks, she'll come for the vaccine again. Because another 3 months. Something. Yeah,
she's going to come back again, and maybe this time round she's going to show you a bit of her camel toe, and you guys will be, a 37-year-old with such a camel toe, and now you'll have trend her for another few days, and she gets her attention. It's a fix. It's always a fix. Look at social media right now, and look at all the women out there, and all the effeminate men. Look at how they operate on their social media. It's attention, bro. They're not even making money from it. It's just attention. Erika Omondi is willing to dress up as a woman to get our attention. And Ganothia is willing to cross-dress and pretend like he's a woman to get our attention. It's all about attention. But these guys, even though they are not getting paid, they would do it.
Does this thing ever even stop? Or it's like, you feed on it until your last day of breathing on this world. Does it ever stop?
Look at someone like Omosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, Omosh craves attention that he's willing to cry on camera for you guys to give him that attention and to feel sorry for him and all that. Oh, yeah. And all you're feeding is this endless pit of an ego that will never get filled until the day he moves away from that ego of his and starts being a man. This attention is very dangerous. It's a dangerous drug. And if you get involved in that, bro, you'll never stop. So you'll never have a life because your life will always be to seeking validation and attention from people out there. And it's very enticing. Eh? You want to go somewhere, have a meal. You want to show people, I'm having this meal. I'm here doing this. I'm here doing that. I'm seeking your attention. Validate me here.
So, I mean, right now and I think Kibe, I totally do agree with you. Because if someone can complain for people not to give enough validation, and I mean, it's like when you post, no, we just have to come and sing over there and everything so that we can somehow, I don't know, satisfy you. I don't know where people get that satisfaction from. I mean, it's crazy, Kibe. It's really crazy.
Yeah, when people are talking about you, there's something you get from it. There's some dopamine that is released in your body. You feel nice when people are talking about you, whether it's in a negative or positive way. You feel nice about it as long as they're mentioning your name. Oh, you go crazy. So I have to hold myself every now and then. And I'm also a victim of this. I have to hold myself and recognize what is happening, because if I don't, then I become just like everybody else. So I have to sometimes recognize that this is happening and stop myself from enjoying the good or the bad, because every time you do that, then you become just like everybody else. So you have to stop yourself, and that's why a lot of praises to a man are not good. You know that, huh?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's why you're not supposed to overly praise your children, overly praise anybody, because then now you make them a monster to that attention. They continue craving for that attention. And so if they do something and you don't tell them they've done well, then they become moody. They're like, what do you mean? You've always been giving me this attention. That's why children should never grow up around parents. Not around parents, around grown-ups. Because grown-ups tend to give them too much attention. So this kid grows up with all this yearning for attention. And they're going to get it whatever way, even though it means shooting up a school.
Yeah.
Yeah? I need attention. You are not giving me attention. I need it. So I'm going to do whatever it takes to get this attention, since you guys have refused to give it to me. I'm going to have the CNN and everybody else come to my school shooting. Yeah, so attention is a killer, man. Stay away from all that ego. That is your ego that is being stroked every time you feel good or bad about any situation.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like now, even when you find yourself getting annoyed, that is your ego. When you find yourself crying and being too happy, that's your ego. Your ego has been touched. So now you're feeding it. Here, have something, ego. And it's crazy. And that's not you, bro.
And then I think even this monster is bigger than anything else around here. Because
have you seen our president and his ego?
Yeah, I mean, I used to think the president ego emanates from, the way Brits works, and I think he schooled over there. So I thought he got that attitude from there. So, I mean, I never even give a fuck about him because, I mean, now I've schooled with a few Brits, so I always thought he got that ego from there. So I never even give a fuck about him so much.
He's so scared of his ego being damaged that he left Twitter. He left Twitter because he does not want to be told that he's done anything wrong. To him, he wants everybody to stroke his ego. Some of those kind of people are the most dangerous in the world because this person will never accept correction because they have been brought up, being pumped up, full of affirmations, even when they do wrong. Even when they do wrong. That's why this person, if he becomes a leader, he's going to destroy his country or his company with his own ego. Someone like the president of Kenya, he does not see that his ego is so in his way. He does not see how much damage he has done. In his mind, he wants to be stroked every time he stands on the podium. He wants people to tell him how good of a job he has done.
Kibe, that guy even has to print billboards everywhere. If the nigga is exiting out, then he has to print billboards everywhere to be put everywhere on the good work he has done. And the craziest part, I even had to make a tweet about this, Kibe, paying influencers so that they can tell us how good our president has performed. I mean, the nigga is even exiting. I mean, I think the ego is crazy.
It's crazy. And we were very lucky when with Kibaki, because Kibaki never, when he got his accident, he somehow detached himself from that. So he was able to dance around his ego. That's why he was never affected by what people said about him. He just kept going and he never stopped. And he was an egomaniac at the beginning. But the moment he got his accident, he completely separated himself from his ego, and now he was able to completely be like a child again. Do you guys remember Kibaki, how he behaved like a child?
Sure. I mean, okay, I don't remember much about him, but at least I remember a lot, especially on what was exposed on the TV. Apart from that day,
I want you to go look at some of his speeches, and you realize that his ego was not in play at all. Let me give you a better example. Have you seen how the grandparents or the old people reach a point and they seem to have disconnected from the person they were, and now they start behaving like a child with no filters?
Yeah, sure. I mean, most of the time, especially when I spend time with my grandparents, I mean, they can curse, they are just, they're just wild in their own way.
Yes, so that's where you need to be. You need to be either like a child or like a very old person who has no more filters. All the filters he had are just expired. So he has no more filters. So it's no longer the ego part talking. He does not need to be liked. Does not want to be acknowledged about anything. He is just saying what he has to say. That's why that old person is going to be able to advise you based on exactly what the truth is. Man, it's crazy. If you think about it, take time and understand that concept, and you realize that your ego has been at work for a long, long time. You've been feeding your ego for the longest time.
Wow. So I've just been massaging it once in a while.
Oh, not once in a while, bro. You've been working on your ego every minute because you want to be acknowledged. That's why you find women say, "Oh, but he doesn't treat me the way he used to treat me," because it is an ego thing. You want to go to your boss and be angry at your boss because he's not treating you a certain way.
Sure.
Yeah. So it's crazy. You want people to acknowledge you every step of the way. There's a guy who sent me a message and said, "How come my sister is flying out and yet they're asking me to do a fundraising? They didn't even tell me that she was planning to fly out." I'm like, bro. Yeah. You want them to stroke your ego for you to be able to give something. Yeah, so you want them to call you and they tell you, by the way, we are planning for your sister, and you want to be involved in the process. So it's an ego trip that you're in. All right, Kenya, hold on, don't go anywhere. Let's see if somebody else has.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Let me hear from Agent 44. Agent 44, you there?
Me, Akibe.
Talk to me.
I just wanted to point out the same issue that Mkenya was talking about. The same lady was in October 2021. She was in the news. She was being interviewed by a media house, NTV, claiming that she has an hypersexual disorder. And she could say, in her submission, she used to say that I will hook up with someone and the next day look at them and be like, I don't know why I did this, because I didn't enjoy the experience. So practically, you are looking at somebody who has a lot of body counts. And she's doing all this to just get that social media validation and approval. These are strangers here online, but she's doing it to get some social media approval. And at the same time, I have a problem with the people who are with the current generation who are coining words at their convenience to explain the problem they are in or the problems that they have. Now we are even learning new terminologies of hypersexuality disorder. I don't know if that terms exist, but I think it is my own belief that this is prostitution that is being baptized to just suit their situation. I don't know if that terms exist.
So when she says what, she's hypersexual means that she wants to have sex with multiple men or what?
Yes, she has sex every day with any random guy, and then the following day she regrets why she was having sex with this dude, and then she goes to another one. This is just a terminology that has been coined to justify their situation, their immoral situation.
Yeah, but where is that immorality coming from?
The kind of sexual encounters that she has been having day in, day out.
Yeah, I'm saying where is the immorality coming from? Because it's not with everybody, right?
Sorry?
Where is the immorality coming from?
We know what prostitution is.
What is prostitution?
Is you are having sex for the sake of financial gain, and that is what she was explaining. She used to go out with random guys for the sake of the same. So that clip was uploaded by somebody, and it is even it is even on Twitter, and that is what she was explaining.
So was she doing it for money or she was doing it for validation?
She was doing it for money, and she's now saying that she's now blaming that behavior to be a disorder, called an hypersexuality disorder.
Okay, so where is this behavior coming from? Whether it's hypersexuality or she's doing it for money, it's not normal. Where is it coming from? What do you think happened to her that she's the way she is?
Practically, this is just with the age and that kind of behavior. She's looking for a white knight somewhere. That is why she's posting this thing.
No, John 44, focus. What happened to her that she is the way she is now?
What happened to her?
Yes, what happened to her that she's the way she is now? That she's the age she is in, and she's hypersexual, or she's selling her punani, whatever. What do you think happened to her to make her turn out the way she is now? To a point where she goes out and sleeps with men and regrets it the moment she does it. But when she's getting the men, there's no ounce of regret at all. But once she does it and she releases that demon, she goes back to her senses. What do you think is going on there?
I think this is just I normally say that this is just a war veteran looking for a retirement scheme.
Okay, no, I hear Agent 44.
The kind of that she's posting.
Agent 44.
Yes.
I know it feels good to beat these people down with all these new words that we've coined recently. But why do you think she's the way she is? Even being a war veteran, because she didn't start having sex just yesterday. She's been having sex of all this period, and it has never met any of her needs, to a point where she's willing to go on television to say that this is what happens to her. What do you think happened?
I think I tend to think that it is partly the problem can be apportioned to her background. If at all she grew up in a broken family, and maybe the kind of environment that she grew up in, those are the things that have greatly influenced the kind of behavior that most of the people have currently. It all depends on where they grew, the kind of background they grew in, the kind of family setup that they were brought up in.
So it could be
it immensely contribute to the current behavior, even the current situation.
So it could be something that is completely out of her control.
Yeah, it could be.
So when you look at her, you would not blame her.
The moment she realized that this is the problem that I am in, at least she appreciates that I am in this problem and I need to change. But better for her.
How long? I mean, think about it this way. She's 37 now. She's not had. She's probably had issues in her life. When do you think she's going to ever realize that she has a problem in her life? When do you think she's going to walk away from that?
I believe with what happened yesterday, it can be a point of her to realize and change for the better. Because when you guys account.
When you guys went simping on her on her page and everywhere, you think now she's going to realize? When she did a video saying that you guys on Twitter are hateful, you think she had realized that there's something wrong with her, and she's saying that you are the problem?
I think what happened yesterday, she was trolled enough, and I think it was a Damascus moment for her. If at all,
are you mad? Are you mad? Have you been listening to this show? Is this your first day here? You think she's going to have a Damascus moment because guys trolled her? Do you know how many people went into her inbox begging her for something totally different from the trolls? Even on the same page where people are trolling her, there are still some men acknowledging her. Isn't that the case?
Yeah, I saw quite a number.
Yeah, so don't think that she's losing. She's looking at all of you who are trolling her as losers. That's why she did a video saying that all of you who are here trolling me are losers, and Twitter is full of hurt people. So there's no Damascus moment that happened there.
And the people who are going to worsen the situation and make her even continue with the same behavior are the people who are DMing her, the white knights, who are encouraging her. You are good. At 37, I don't even understand how you can be this cute with a good figure and whatever. Those are the people who may not, who will enable her not to realize, not to have that Damascus moment.
Yeah, but again, you see, even the people who are talking to her are all suffering the same problem. It's all the ego. The ones who are saying bad things, good things, the ones who are here, waiting for her to reply to. It's all ego. It's all ego. It's everybody just wants to get their 15 seconds of fame. You want to be mentioned. Everybody wants to have that tweet that is going to have the most number of retweets. So if it means saying something so bad and people come and jump on your tweet, or saying something good and people, it's everybody's looking for their moment. And yesterday it was her moment, and she was going to pull as many of you inside her moment as possible. So when you look at her, what happened to her? And do you think she'll ever wake up and realize that she fucked up? No. Because there are too many of you giving her this attention. Look at us now. We are here discussing her. There's too much attention on her. So there's no way she's fucking up. She's always getting what she wants. From the time she was a small girl, she's getting exactly what she wants.
And if I can ask you a question, Kibe, how do you deal with, I know you get a lot of attention even media, social media coverage. People are talking about you. How do you deal with the media attention that you normally get? How best?
Yeah, the moment you realize that human beings are full of shit, me included, then you realize that all this attention is nonsense. It's nonsense. The same people who are clapping for you today are going to be the ones who will crucify you tomorrow. So once you have that in your mind, then you're able to remain focused on what it is you want to do. The same people who Jesus was helping in those days are the same ones who went and crucified him. So I always have to remind myself, this is not real. This is for the moment. Remember, many of you are operating on emotions. Or rather, many of us are operating on emotions. Yeah? So you have a lot of highs, a lot of lows. So you're going through a roller coaster of emotions. So I cannot trust you when you come and kiss my ass. Because tomorrow I know the same lips that are kissing my ass are the same ones that are going to be saying, crucify him. So since I know you and I know human nature better than I did earlier, now I'm able to separate the two. It's a work in progress. Let me put it that way. So yes, I don't like to focus on the attention, whether it's good or bad. I don't like to focus on it, because if I do, then now I'm just pumping up my ego every second of my life. It's a waste of time. All right, Agent 44, hold up. Don't go anywhere. I want to keep you here as well. Let me hear from Octavia, our first lady. Octavia.
Yes, good morning, Andrew and everyone.
Are you on a border? We can't hear you very well.
You can hear me now?
Much better, yeah. Go ahead. Oh, no. There's feedback now.
Oh, sorry. I guess,
Disconnect all your Bluetooths and shit.
Yeah, I've disconnected them. Now it's better?
There's a lot of feedback. Okay, log out and log in again.
I think now it's better. So I like today's topic, the ego. I'm a victim of it, or a culprit. And when it comes to the leaders with it, I look at my president, Museveni. I remember we used to pester him about accountability, like he's supposed to account to us what is taking place. And he had to tell us publicly that he's no one's servant. He's working for himself, and his grandchildren, for his sons and daughters. So, and when remember he's in public office, he's using our hands, but he's telling us he's not our servants. And in most cases, like he doesn't care what he does. Even if you come like at him, he will just sit and relax. Even if you point at the wrong he's doing, he just reminds you about the war they fought when I was not yet born. Like, you guys, I got you from bloodshed. I'm the best leader you could ever have. Then, so recent, they were asking him about the economic crisis, and he had to tell us, actually, the poverty is, it was brought in Uganda by the past leaders. I'm just trying to resurrect you guys that he's not the cause of unemployment and everything, that it originated from way back. And remember, he has been in power for more than 35 years. So you feel they don't like being held accountable. They don't like being pointed at. So it's very dangerous, and it's not helping us. I think myself, I am also fighting with it. I have it because I always feel entitlement. Like, you're finding it so hard to take like the corrections from other people. Like, so you feel like, no, I was right here. Why are they seeing it wrong? So, but I reach time and I ask myself, why am I being bitchy? I think the other guy was right. Why am I taking it so personal? So I think it's very bad. Ego is very bad, and sometimes it snatches away opportunities from you. Because everyone will see you like, no, she's not willing to learn, or she's not the right person for this position. And personally, it has affected me so much. So I'm trying to work on it, though I haven't found a better solution for it.
How are you trying to work on it?
So if I could ask Mr. Kibe, how best can I work on my ego? Because I hate it.
Have you forgiven your parents?
Hello?
Have you?
You are muted, Andrew. You are muted.
Oh man, why was I muted? Okay, yeah. Octavia.
Yes?
Oh, you can hear me now, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Have you gone to forgive your parents for the way they raised you with this huge ego of yours?
No, I didn't realize it originates from there.
And so you've not gone to forgive your parents yet?
Yes.
Okay. So that's a first step for everybody. If you're listening to me, that's a first step towards healing of any kind in this world. That's a first step, because our main problems emanate from the way we were raised. Okay? All the problems that we have in this world are because we were not raised right. And when you realize that you were not raised right, and most of the time it has been your ego, then you can be able to separate yourself from that and realize that you are not at fault. So you can go to your parents and tell them, oh, you know what I realized that you guys didn't know the thing that you are doing, and I have stopped being angry at you. And now let me start living my own life with my own identity. And then now you start to raise that human being inside you, that your own identity has to grow. Because if it doesn't, then you're going to keep having this fragile ego that whenever it's stepped on, you destroy everything. Have you seen sometimes women get into such a rage, an uncontrollable rage, and they're willing to destroy everything? That rage never used to be there with men. But nowadays, when you find these emotional men, they also have the same rage. Where women are willing to destroy everything. They're willing to do anything it takes for that moment. She doesn't care whether kids are watching, whether the president is watching. She doesn't give a shit. That moment, she's willing to do anything to satisfy that ego. So she goes into rage. And then she's going to snap out of it. And then say, oh, I didn't know what I was doing. I just disappeared into this black hole. Octavia, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah? Have you seen what I'm saying? Like the rage?
Yeah, I've realized it. Like you do something, then later you sit and you're like, why did I even do that?
Yeah.
Like, was it necessary? It wasn't called for. Like, it was uncalled for. Why did I have to do that? You find you're disciplining yourself. But at that moment, like, you thought it was the right thing to do.
You couldn't help yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've given in to your ego, and your ego now has taken over, and it's now leading you. And you go into whatever. So you become emotional. And that emotional, you start feeding into your emotions. And now you feed and you feed and you feed. And before you know it, you've destroyed everything around you. You've seen women who destroy their own relationships and they can't help themselves. They take a relationship that is wonderful, a man who loves her, and she destroys it. And she can't help herself. And it's not anything of her own doing. She really wants the best for her relationship, but she can't stop herself.
You find she's finding it hard to even apologize where she's wrong.
Oh, the ego will not let you apologize. The ego is never wrong. The ego is never wrong. Try and correct somebody today, you see how you're going to fight with them. Try and correct another human being today, you see how much you're going to fight with them, because the ego is never wrong. And they'll look for a reason within you. They'll tell you, hey, you're correcting me, yet you are like this. You are correcting me, yet you have a problem with your own husband. Now it's a whole new discussion. So the ego is the most dangerous part of our lives. And that ego is what even the old people of old used to call the devil. Because it is a voice that is not you. It is something within you that is not you, and you're like, what the fuck is this? I can't control it. You're willing to burn down a whole school. It doesn't matter. It's my ego that has been attacked. Oh, where's Octavia? Octavia.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, so first things first, you must go and get rid of all the unforgiveness that you have. Because you know what unforgiveness does? It breeds resentment. And then resentment breeds a lot of anger. And that anger now goes into something totally new. And before you know it, you are no good to anyone. Because you have all these things that are unresolved in your life.
Yes.
So is this something you're willing to do? Are you willing to go and forgive your parents?
Yeah, I'm willing to do that.
How would you do it?
Like, I have to go there, home. I think I have to first bring out all I think was unright.
Like what? What do you think was unright? Was not right with how you were brought up?
Yeah, like when I was brought up, I think my dad used to pamper me a lot, like pushing me into that thing, because he always calls me his boy. That whenever I would do, he would tell me, you know, some things you have to own them, even if it's a mistake. Don't over drown into it. Just jump out of it, own it, and but don't show that you're so like it's killing you. So he used to tell me that over apologizing is not good. I think that was so bad. Even me, I realized it. So I was brought up where in our environment, I never see like someone coming up after beating you, like, hey, I'm sorry, I've done this to you. I'm sorry, this has gone wrong.
Wait, so your parents would beat you and then apologize? All right. I don't know.
Yeah. Like you find, like my siblings, like, you know, in a better setup, if you have a fight with your sibling, in the right way they would come, hey, I was sorry here, you were right. Kindly forgive me. But at home, I think what we used to do, we just keep quiet, then we look for the better moment to talk to each other. So that's the forgiveness. Not actually coming and say, I'm sorry, but you just, hey, can I give you this? So that's like the kind of forgiveness you're talking about. Instead of coming, I realized my mistake and I'm sorry.
Yeah, so with forgiveness, you must actively know what you're doing. You just don't assume that now things are okay. You must go and forgive your parents. They must know, I mean, for yourself, for your own sake. Whether they agree or not, you must go and do it. And how many siblings were you?
We were 9.
Oh, 9. God damn.
Yeah, we're 9.
So why did your dad call you his boy?
I think, you know, dads with their first daughters, and I used to be very active, like in whatever I'm doing. Yeah. Because I have an elder brother, so I used to be smarter than him in class. Like even when we are doing things, if like I would I'm fighting so hard to fit in the boy thing. Like I want to be a boy. Football, fighting, like taking goats to the fields, everything.
Yeah.
So he groomed me to be a man. Another thing, I think my dad also fight ego, because even if right now I try to sit, if he does something wrong, actually I'm the only one who faces him. Even my mom have to kindly talk to your dad, but he doesn't want to be told what he has done wrong. He doesn't.
Ego is a funny thing. Ego is the devil. You cannot correct anybody who has tapped into their ego. Yeah, anybody who's been led by their ego, you cannot correct them. So you must start to recognize that your ego has been at play all through, because even when you were trying to compete with your brothers, that was your ego that you were building up. Mm-hmm. Yes, and your dad now tapped into you as well, and now you guys fed off each other. It's nonsense. Yeah, you need to separate yourself and create your own identity. And don't take the identity that you were given by your dad, because at the time your dad misled you.
Yeah.
Yeah, because now imagine growing up as a woman who has the characteristics of a man. Yeah, you'll keep challenging all the men in your life.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you'll be no good, and you'll get to a point where you're in your 30s, you go get a small boy who is going to listen to you, and you're going to dominate him, and then you live a horrible life.
Yeah, you find you're looking for someone who doesn't say no. Like,
Yes.
where you say you want, yeah.
Yeah, and if somebody who says no to you and stands up to you, you find you almost fight with that person. You're unable to interact with them at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I see that even in America, where the women have been pumped up so much, they become so masculine that they do not want masculine men anymore, because now they are the men in their own relationships. So now they're looking for women out there. That's why even lesbianism has become a big deal. Because now women have become men. They have the egos now, and everything that are around them is all men. All right, Octavia, I don't know. Are you done, Octavia?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm done.
All right. Yeah, if you have another question, just come back. I want to hear from you. Ross Shimzi, how are you?
I just wanted to make a small comment about something she has said there before you move on. And I mean, first thing is let me give up, because I'm feeling a little bit spiritual today. So I won't even tell her what it says. But if you're struggling with your ego, Octavia, go read Ecclesiastes 1:2. Just that I won't tell you what it says, but just go read it. Ecclesiastes 1:2. Then keep it there with this thing. I've seen it. I have a lady friend of mine, and I think she was manufactured by her dad to be the most masculine lady you will ever meet out there. What madness is it with most of the men when they get girls only, they start calling them their boys? Because I mean that's something I've noticed over. And surprisingly, this guy did not get with the first wife. He did not get boys, so he went added another wife. Did not get boys. Got like another 3 girls. Kind of gave up. Looked for another wife recently and still got 2 girls. So like just a pack of girls, almost like 7 girls. But now on this, one of the firstborn, his firstborn daughter is like very masculine kibe. Like this lady is very masculine. This lady can even change the tire of a tractor. Because I mean the way the dad, used to treat her like the boy and everything. This lady is the most masculine lady you are going to meet out in the streets. What's wrong with the men and this obsession?
Yeah, the obsession starts with you wanting to have a woman, because you remember your ego is growing at the speed of light. The obsession first starts with you wanting to have somebody else in your life. Now, remember what Khalif the other day was saying. So you start by wanting to have a woman in your life. Let's assume you're the man now. So you want a woman. So you get a woman. Then now you want children. And you know the kind of children that you want. Right now, you guys know this thing called gender reveal. Okay? Yeah. And now you want boys, because boys are a certain way. Remember, this is just your ego. You're stroking. Now, when you realize you cannot get the boys that you want, now these children that have grown up around you, they can tell there's something wrong with you, and they are trying to please you. So these girls they grow up trying to please you. And since you wanted a boy, they're going to behave like boys to please you, to fill that void that is inside you of the children that you wanted. So subliminally, you find the fathers and the mothers are fucking up their own kids by trying to turn them to be a certain way. Instead of letting the kid just grow into their own individuality, they try to force the kid to be either too much masculine or too much feminine or something that they're really not. And the kid never grows up to be an individual. And the kid has to grow up looking for cues from you. And now you have to keep, there you go, my boy. There you do this. Oh, you do that. Oh, that was, so you keep feeding this kid too much attention beyond what the kid can handle. And now the kid becomes attached to you more than they should. I don't know whether you're getting that.
Yeah, I'm getting that, Kibe. I'm getting it.
It is crazy. It is crazy how because it's a very deep, dark place where People go into marriages and they want, or into relationships to get kids. And then you make the kids the center of your universe. Then you end up fucking your own kids up. Man, it's crazy. It's ego. It's all ego. It's ego. George, go ahead.
I'm curious to know from Octavia if her brother overcame the predicament that his own father put him in when he was propping Octavia over the boy who was actually a boy and older than she is.
I beg your pardon?
How did your brother turn out? The one who was older than you, and he lived all his childhood watching your father calling you his boy, where this boy is the actual boy and is older than you, and all the favoritism went to him, to you, and none to him. How is he doing now?
Actually, we are not okay. We are just working on our relationships of recent. We ourselves alone, because we grew up as like rebels. We were not friends at all, because it's the last that we are trying to grow our relationship without even the help of our parents. Because I had to see my parents and tell them that what you guys are doing is not right. Okay, I got lucky and I got a job. I started earning before him, but that doesn't make him less of a person. And it was creating division, like between us, even other siblings. So you don't need to be praising me that much. So me and him, we're working on ourselves. I think now we are in a better position, because I had to tell him it's not my making. He had even stopped going home. And we had, like, the 4 big brothers. We had, I had to convince them to go shags, we shall go. We sit and talk to our parents about it. For them, they were not like opening about it. I had to force them. You guys have been telling me that something that hurts you because I'm being favored over you. These are our parents. We need to sit to them and tell them. So we had to sit and talk to them. We don't want to be divided. We are all your siblings. If I got lucky, that doesn't mean he's not man enough or he's not your son. We are all equal. So we had to sit with them and we tell them that what we were doing since childhood is not good. So right now, I cannot be sure whether we are both on the same page, but to me, I believe we are working on our relationship. And I just requested him to ever forgive me if I ever wronged him in many ways. It wasn't my making, and I had to convince them. I had to make my parents know. Because it had gotten to the extent where they can say it even publicly, like you're praising one kid over the other. And because that's why kids end up fighting. You find their siblings, but they hate one person in particular. Because they never received the same love or same pampering or same praises. Yeah, but me and my big brother now, we can talk. But before, we could even spend years without talking.
So he is in his 30.
Sorry?
How old is your brother?
He's now 32.
Does he have a family of his own?
No, not yet.
All right.
Okay.
So it really affected him. And now the good thing is you and him in about it. And now you have to take that discussion to your father, as Andrew advised you, so that you can complete that forgiveness cycle.
Okay, I will. Thank you.
Okay. Yep. Let me hear from Ras Shimzi. Ras Shimzi, are you there? Shimzi, unmute yourself. This is the first time I'm seeing Shimzi. Yeah, Shimzi is a friend of mine and is here just misbehaving. Okay, let me hear from Moine. Is it Moine or Muine?
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Muine.
Right.
Yes, I'm speaking from Uganda. For me, I think the first important thing that my sister has achieved is, number one, first to know, because quite a number of people and families really fail to know the problem. But when you get to know your ego, then you are able to handle it. You are able to realize yourself. You are able to restrict yourself. I really happen to be having a brother, but whom I knew very well that he was quite a short-tempered person in our family. But when he joined the army, I kept on telling him, be careful of carrying guns at home every time. You see, it would be, you get a pistol, put it, every time you walk with it in the car, and I kept on restricting him. And he was at a level of owning a pistol. And when I kept on telling him, he got to understand it, that actually his temper cannot manage to have a pistol, because every time a small quarrel, he pulls it out. A small misunderstandings, he gets it on someone's neck. So I told him and I counseled him. So ego, number one, is dealt at the first stage by you knowing your limit, by you knowing whatever. The second thing is also by knowing what puts you down. And I think I may bore some of you here, but me, I would think in a nutshell that we only need Christ either to lift up our heads up, or even to give us a new meaning and a new shape. And without him, many times we have so many things that put us down. We are born in a certain family, you grow up and you find they don't believe in you until you come across that message that tells you you are somebody, you are a star, you are this, you are big. Through him, and you receive that newness. Sometimes you remain being rotating in those names they are put on you, even by your teachers. Teachers are very good at throwing big statements. And people that speak in our lives, mostly, number one, our parents. Number two, our teachers. Number three, the people we look up to as mentors. Someone can turn a word and throw it on you and say, you will never be something, the way I see you, the way you perform in class. But some of us, we've gone ahead to actually surprise our teachers and surprise those who were in class and taught us. Okay? So I would think the other thing you need to meet, the only way to deal with those big statements that come and blow down your ego and put you down, is number one, I think, to receive Christ, because Christ gives a meaning and a new name and a new shape, and actually elevates and takes you another side. And when you are dealing with someone that has a law, that has been wounded by his own ego, by what people told him, or statements or words, the first thing is, number one, you get to know it. Number two, you get to know what the kind of thing that this person is going through or is suffering. And then the other thing is, walk a journey with him.
So wait. So you say Christ. How would that look like? Because now you've taken the problem away from the human beings. You put it on a supernatural being. How would he deal with it?
Yeah, because most of the time, human beings change. Today they are this, tomorrow they are the other. And also they have a nature that even when they are counseling you, they have to look at your family, then they have to develop a problem here and there. And Christ is the only one that actually doesn't go into problems. He just brings new meaningness on your life. He just doesn't get entangled. And sometimes you go to someone for counseling.
I asked you, and I need you to answer the questions directly. How does that look like? Because now you want us to look to Christ, yet you've not told us who Christ is. Why would he be able to solve this problem so easily that we've been dealing with for such a long time? How does that happen?
I knew that it would raise many questions, but in a simple way, to me, how I understand is, first and foremost, Christ is more reliable than men.
Yeah, but I'm wondering why you're using Christ. Yet it sounds like you're escaping. Okay. You're escaping from reality into Christ. Yeah.
Okay, Jesus Christ. To me, he has been able to give me that meaningness. Okay, the other people have created other religions.
How has he given you the meaning when you say Jesus Christ has given you? To a point where you feel you need to come here and tell us about Jesus Christ, yet you don't know how to explain what happened. So what happened? How did he give you this meaning?
Good. So I grew up from my father died very many years ago, and we were raised by a mother. And this mother, we never had any property. Our mother tried to run to relatives, and each relative didn't see an engineer in us, didn't see a soldier, didn't see anything. What they saw in us was to adopt us, and they take care of us as we take care of their cows and take care of their goats. That's what they saw in us, okay? But when my mother got saved, she took us to church. And from nowhere, we entered education. And from nowhere, we never had a relative, because relatives come when you have reached a certain level of average. And so after that, there was a background work. He dealt with my mother. My mother became sorted. And as the children grew up in that Christness.
Hang on 1 second, Mwine. So you were at the mercy of your relatives. Your mother gets saved, takes you all to school, and out of nowhere, you had money to accomplish all these education needs. Explain us to the creatures who live in this planet. How did that out of nowhere happen? How did the money transfer from heaven to your bank account or your mother's bank account?
Okay, thank you very much. You see, God connected us to people who were not our relatives. Can you imagine being educated by someone from the north? I'm coming from Western Uganda, but you find you're educated by someone from Northern Uganda. Isn't that favor? Is it witchcraft? And who brings that favor? It is God.
So it's not humans, it's just God.
But God uses human beings. God doesn't use stones. He says in his word that if I use human beings, we are representatives of God. Even now, God can use me. He doesn't have... Yes.
When a young mother has their child on the operating table, and Dr. Callista is operating on their heart, and they come out after 7 hours, remove their gloves, open the door, and tell the mother, I have good news for you. We have done the operation. It was successful. Your son will be awake in less than 2 hours, and they are going to completely recover. They will be playing soccer in 6 months. And the woman is supposed to say, thank God or thank Dr. Callista.
You see, for us who are believers, we thank God first.
Answer my question.
The woman should thank God for using Dr. Callista.
So, in this case,
Dr. Callista has seen so many mothers who have died in his own hands.
In this case, you saw these people from across the country volunteer themselves and come to your mother's help and paid for your school fees. And when you got the opportunity to meet them, you told them, thank God.
Yes, I said, thank God I met you. Thank God God used you. Because it is not only how comes that they were touched by me.
So you believe they had a relationship with God?
I believe God influenced and worked behind the scene and moved their heart.
Why are you not thanking them for having that supernatural awareness of working with God? Because they could have said no.
You see, the Bible I read says that the heart of a king is in the hand of God. So God can twist it all around. God even can right now tell you that you can speak to you even if you don't believe in him. He's an influencer behind the scene.
So somebody went and carried your mother's predicament to people that you did not know, and these people came through for you and for your mother. And none of the people that carried the message to these people who were able to help you needed to be thanked? I'm asking for the 7 billion people who live in this planet.
Yeah, it is important you ask, but what I want you to come to terms with is, number one, to know that God is there. Number two is to know that God influences people. God, even after I had graduated and I have gotten a job, I have seen God use me, touch me to do something. And every time I do it, yes, people can thank me, but behind the scene, behind my heart, I keep knowing that it is God who have used me to do this.
So you accept people thanking you, but you did not have it in you thanking the people who helped you. But when people
thank them.
When the people come to help you, to thank you, you say, you are welcome. But deep in your heart, you know you are doing God's work.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely,
So
because if I die today, if God calls out my breath and I go away, I will not be in position to help. So since I am still here, I am representing him, and I am doing what I'm supposed to do as a human being, touching my fellow humanity.
The issue of dying is so mundane because more people in this planet have died than the people who are alive today. So that's a non-issue. That's a process of life.
So you believe in it?
These big fears and worries that religion puts in you, it completely removes the faith. And that's what I want you to see, is that the people that helped you, the people that took your burden to the people that came through for you, they were acting out of faith, not religion. Because once you put Jesus in there, then what you're telling us, this is Christian religion. So a Muslim now says, so what is my helping coming from? Because I don't know about your Jesus, but I do the same thing. It's called humanity. It's what mankind do to each other. But once you insert religion, then you are telling us, you as a Christian are better off than a Buddhist or an unbeliever across the planet.
George, it's used to going a different direction. I use the word why I used Christ, and I used it deliberately, and Andres tried to push me and say, who is Christ? I knew that if you believe in Buddhism and whatever you believe in, or you believe in a tree, okay, give the glory to it. But one of the things I know is that I am not just created out of virtue. I have a God above me. He's in control of my life. Also, he's in control of my destiny and future. Many people have raised out of abusive relationship, abusive birth.
That is not accurate.
Wait a moment.
That is not accurate. Hang on, let me correct you there. That is not accurate. God is not in control of your life. God is not in control of your future. What God did, he gave you the power to be in control of your life and of your future. Stop going back to God to ask him for things he gave you at the beginning and his job was done.
So do you believe in God? Do you believe in God?
Yes.
You believe in God?
Yes.
Why do you believe in him?
Religion is the one question.
No, you first answer questions. Why do you believe in him?
Religion is now what is making you question my relationship with God.
I'm asking you. I'm not questioning. I'm asking you. Do you believe in God?
It's not coming out to the way it's packaged as a religion, because mine is faith and relationship with God outside of religion.
Now let's take it up from there. Let's take it faith in God, right? Not religion. Anyway, Andrew, come back and take over your space. We don't. I will have Georgie on a one-to-one.
What's happening now? You are all of a sudden like the Jehovah's Witness. They knock on the door and they are used to people not letting them in. And the moment you tell them, yeah, you can come in, they don't have anything else to say because they never expected you to invite them in. They can come up with all this bravado about how you need to do this only at the frames of the door. But the moment you tell them, okay, go ahead, come on in, Tell me about this Jesus of yours. Now all of a sudden now you want Andrew to come rescue you.
But George, what? Anyway, precisely me, what I can say is that I am a Christian. I'm not a Jehovah's Witness. That is whatever. And I think when someone gives out his identity, should be respected for that identity. People shouldn't come from nowhere to press you to the wall. Like the way I don't want to press you to the wall and ask you what you believe in, because
Do you believe Catholics are Christians?
Yes, I believe so. Because salvation is not for a religion. Salvation is a matter of heart and soul.
So, do you think Mother Teresa did what she did because she was a Christian Catholic?
You see, I am not a Catholic to know the stories related to Catholics, but I know one thing, that inside the Catholic Church, people can give their heart to God.
Let me rephrase the question. Do you think Mother Teresa did what she did because she was a Christian?
I don't know her.
You don't know who Mother Teresa is?
Yes, I don't know her because I've not been raised in the Catholic doctrine.
Okay, now I'll let Andrew rescue you.
George, before Andrew takes over, I just want to ask Mwine, when things work out for good, you've stated that you thank God. Who do you blame when things don't work out?
When things don't work out, it is very, very much practical, because in the Bible we have kings like King Saul. He started
No. I just want you to point out to the person who gets all the blame. When things work out, you are given a couple of scenarios, the doctor, you meeting someone in life and all that, and you say that you thank God for that situation because it's positive. Who do you blame when things don't work out?
I blame the human being, the person in office, because they have let down God who appointed them in those offices.
At what point do you blame the devil?
Well, it depends. When those people allow the devil to use them, then we blame them. We blame those individuals.
Let me ask Gibbs' question in another way. What time is it where you are?
It is 9:14 a.m. in the morning.
Are you at work or at home?
I'm already at work.
So you took a matatu to go to work. And when you got in town, you said, thank God we got here safely.
Yes.
So if you had an accident, what would you have said?
I would say, thank God I didn't die in the accident.
Wow, you are one messed up Christian.
Okay, guys. Enough of that line of questioning, because we're going nowhere with that one. All right, thank you, Mwine. Thank you for coming through. Yeah, you can hear the ego is not just in you; it's in everybody. Because, if God was so good the way he says that it's always so good, then God would have raised him up in a perfect family where there's a father and mother. Yeah?
Kibe.
Yeah? Where they would have not had any poverty, and life would have just been good. You would have been taken to the right schools. Gift, what are you saying?
The reason why I asked that question, I remember growing up when I first got my driver's license, and I used to drive to go to my grandmother's place. And my mom is this church human being. She acts like she's the 13th disciple or something. So I remember before I left home, she used to say in Swahili, hii gari imetengenezwa na mikono ya binadamu. This car has been made by man's hand. May God take over. So I used to ask my old woman, if it's been made by the man's hand, why don't you say the same prayer while you're cutting or while you're chopping onions? Why don't you say the same prayer? Because every single thing that you're using apparently has gone through man's hands. But it's always the car that they always put all this emphasis on. And then when something bad happens, she used to say, Shetani, that's the devil. And I used to ask her, Mom, why do you keep on blaming the devil when something bad happens? But when something good happens, you always glorify God. Does it mean that all these things are designated for the devil and these things are designated for God? Till today, nobody has ever answered that question. And I really wanted Mwine to just give me that insight of at what point in life do you blame the devil? And he ended up saying that when something bad happens, he blames the devil.
It's all ego, man. It's all ego. It's all ego. It's always something you're looking. So you've not understood the discussion. It's all ego. That's why when Christians, something good happens, they blame, they attribute that to God. When something bad happens, they attribute it to the devil. You'll even find a Christian man will go and cheat on his wife. And the moment he's found out, he's going to say, oh, the devil made me do it. It's not me, it's the devil who made me do it. Yeah? It's all ego. It's all ego. Even all these prayers that they have. And have you seen some of the Christians are the most judgmental people in this world, and they walk around so pious, holding that Bible and judging everybody. And always, the prostitutes, the people who don't pray 3 hours a day, the people who don't do this. It's all ego, bro. Get rid of your ego, because now you have pumped up your head with all this knowledge that you cannot explain, and now attributing all your success that other people have handed to you, but now you're saying, no, I won't give you the satisfaction of enjoying that success. Let me attribute that to God. All right, let's move it along. Let's see if somebody else has a different opinion. Who else do we have here? If you want to say something, put up your hand so that I can know you are here. And you want to jump on the conversation at that point that it is in. If not, then I'll just pick you guys at random. Mugabe, how are you? Ivan Mugabe.
Yes, I'm all right. How are you? I just wanted to know whether I can sort of chip in on the conversation of the ego, really.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Okay, thank you very much. First and foremost, it's very clear that we use certain sort of objects or subjects to either gratify our ego or actually either to strengthen it or actually to justify it. Now, those objects or subjects may change, may vary. Some people, it could be in terms of theological doctrines from theology. Other people, their ego could be built or founded on some customary or cultural norms, which, whenever their ego is confronted, they will use that customary ideology. They will use that sort of theological ideology to justify their ego. But I think very earlier speakers have already noted, it's very important for us actually to allow our ego sometimes to be challenged, because it's part of actually learning, and actually it's also part of the process to improve and reform and do things differently, or actually, look at life differently. But the moment someone has, I think one other challenge is that you find with people who actually build some sort of creating a fortified structure, like I've said, fortified themes or fortified not narratives or doctrines could be ingrained in those different. Fortification could be through customs. Fortification could be through religion. So someone is building a wall around the ego. So at the moment, they are told, well, but wait a minute, this sort of idea you are holding on, it doesn't seem to be right here. The person will be very quick to protectively to actually. I'm avoiding to use another seemingly stronger word, maybe say adamantly, but I say protectively. Someone says no. This is sort of so. The problem with people who actually have a strong ego, they can actually in many times, not all, they can end up being radicalists or extremists. And that is where we find that the moment they are confronted, they even become a little, not just actually violent, but they may, in the vein of protecting their ego. So it's very true that, many of the problems we encounter time and again, where people don't want, one, to listen. They don't want probably to revisit their thinking. They don't want probably to be receptive, and say, well, let me first of all look at this issue in and maybe someone else's perspective or so and so's view, because the ego has actually been twisted and hooked on something, and actually firmly and strongly hooked on there, that whoever is bringing another, suggestion or idea, the person doesn't want to sort of oscillate or sort of swing like a pendulum ball from one position to another, and maybe say, okay, let me be receptive to these ideas and let me be more acceptive to this perspective.
Mugabe,
yes.
Mugabe, do you, is ego a good thing?
It depends on the way you look at it. Personally, I think it depends. If actually you have an ego, but you are willing your ego to be challenged and changed, then it wouldn't be a bad thing. So it's a question of how, one, we perceive it, and how actually we are willing to shape and groom our ego. Because, it's true that our ego will be confronted time and again, but we should not allow our ego to ruin and reign over.
Okay.
Okay.
So let me ask, maybe because we're using this big term ego, and we probably don't understand what it is. What is ego?
Actually, for me, I would probably look at it as some sort of it's a philosophical and a phenomenological perspective of an individual. I don't know whether it sort of got the way I perceivably understood it, and I don't know, probably we have the same ideological perspective or the same concept.
So, is your ego at play right now as we're speaking?
Not at all.
What do you do?
Not at all, because I've been commenting in a rather and seemingly generic context rather than a more specific. And I have been giving more of objective rather than subjective narratives.
What do you do?
I'm a lawyer by profession, but I also lecture and write. I'm an author.
All right.
And I write extensively. I present on conferences.
Okay. And
across the globe.
And so you said you don't know whether ego is a good thing or a bad thing.
No, I didn't say that. I'm very selective with words and language, because I write and I'm keen.
Why are you selective?
Very analytical.
Why are you selective?
Actually, the reason why I'm selective, I've given a reason in my set. I said, well, because I write, I edit, I review what other people write, and I critique their choice of words. So that makes me to be very careful with the way I frame my words and the way I probably sort of send out my messages.
Why is that?
Why? Because I edit and write.
Yeah,
you
but
can't
why?
be able to actually...
Why are you so afraid of being wrong?
No, I'm not afraid. I didn't say I'm afraid. That's why I'm actually also emphasizing that I'm very selective on the words I
didn't. Again, listen, Mugabe.
Yeah.
Mugabe, if you're going to have a conversation, I have asked you a question. I didn't say you said it. I said, why are you afraid of being wrong? So maybe it's an observation I have made about you.
But I think it's an observation.
Don't come back at me with saying that I say that. No, you didn't say anything.
Yeah. Let me probably make a comment on that. Yeah, the observation you have made, I personally feel the observation is not true. Because it's one thing. Isn't
that the problem right there? The fact that even my observation, you're challenging it?
No, I'm not challenging you, but I'm actually saying that I'm simply saying the observation to be correct.
But you sound like you are.
I'm not saying it's not correct. I'm saying it may not be correct. I'm using seemingly modal verbs and modal expressions here, so that
if I say,
sound as if I'm making conclusive affirmations.
So if I say that from what you've just been telling us right now, with your very general statements, because you don't want to let us know anything, you want us to know that.
No, I'm not making general statements.
Mugabe.
Yes. Yeah.
Let's assume we're in court where I will have my say, then you will have your say. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah. So you came here and you made very general statements because you want us to know that we're in court, Mugabe. Yeah, we're in court where you keep quiet, I talk, then I'll give you a chance to speak.
Okay? All right, much obliged.
Yeah. So you made your general statements and you wanted us to know that you have this information, which is good. I have no problem with that. And you don't want us to know anything personal about you. But from what I can tell, from my observation, and I don't know you, so I can't be biased at all. And in fact, I actually do enjoy listening to the Ugandan accent very much. I think you guys have a very unique accent and you need to do a lot more movies. But
thank you.
But I can tell that you have a problem with being wrong. You want to be right. So,
is that
so
based on Ugandans in general or most of us?
No, just you.
Oh, me?
Yes, you as Mugabe.
I wouldn't say so. Actually, if you picked up something, let me give you clear examples. There are moments where I have been, and actually the experience which actually made me realize and accept that I can be wrong is when I embarked on doing a PhD, and I was doing a PhD in a white environment of Europeans and people who have never interacted with black people, Africans. In an institution where I was the only black there, and you could go to these events and you are only black person. They are different skin and different appearance, physical, different outlook. But interestingly, time and again, and this is an issue of the ego, I could write a piece of work. It was a thesis, it's a PhD of 80,000 words maximum. So I could turn in this chapter and someone could tear it and then she looks at it, a lady, she was from Liverpool, an English speaker, born speaking English from her birth. She could look at this piece of work and tell me, Ivan, this is the rubbish piece of work I have ever seen. Totally rubbish, utterly nonsensical. Tears this in pieces. Now you realize she's telling me what you've written, nothing sensible. There is no sense in it whatsoever. So she's basically telling me what you've written is wrong. So, and this didn't happen once. It happened probably for a lapse of a good 3 or 4 years.
What's your point here?
Actually, what probably I would point, let me just finish. I'm just saying, let me just conclude. What actually that process taught me is taught me to accept to be challenged and to accept to learn that you may write something or you may have an idea and people will tell you it's wrong. And you have to accept it, even though you didn't expect it. So that was a learning experience. I don't know whether other people on this platform or other people within these spaces have experienced such sort of, for me, that was a learning experience because it did happen for quite a while.
So,
time and again, I said, let me change a few things and let me send this again. Yes.
Ivan, so you are studying in an environment where there were only white people.
Majority,
yes.
Not only.
You said you were the only black person, right?
I said majority, but in some of these departments, I was the only black person, yeah.
Ivan, you said you were the only black person among white people in Europe.
Yeah. Actually, on the program I was undertaking, yes.
Yes, so
because actually the next, let me make something clear here. The next group of black people to come were Kenyans.
No, I don't want Ivan.
Yeah.
Settle down. I don't want to hear the rest of that discussion. So my point here is that our egos are so strong that we cannot separate them from ourselves. So we don't know when it's our ego and we don't know when it is ourselves. Yeah,
that could be true. Yeah.
Yes, and most of the time, your ego is the one which is afraid of, which carries all your emotions. Like you don't want to be wrong, you always want to be right. That person that is in you, that is not you, that is your ego. And that's the person who's afraid of being challenged. That's the person who wants to call himself a lawyer or a doctor. He gets his identity from what he has been able to achieve in life. And that's why he comes. Now you find you as a lawyer are no better than Mwine, who was here earlier. Mugabe, hold up. You as a lawyer are no better than Mwine, who was here earlier, talking about Jesus Christ. Because both of you are getting your identity from other things, so you don't know who you are. You're getting your identity from... Ivan, hold up.
Okay, finish. I will respond. Yeah.
So you're not even listening to what I'm telling you. You just want to open your mouth and tell me whatever it is you have in your brain. That is a problem of having too much information, bro.
Okay, proceed.
So just hold up, listen. If you have a problem listening, you tell me, then I'll know what to do next. But you have to listen. Again, you're here, but now you're itching to display to the world all your points. So you're not even listening to what I'm telling you. So we're having a very boring discussion because you are not willing to listen. You're just waiting for me to finish, then you jump in. So I was telling you earlier, or if you are listening, that you and everybody else who's getting their identity from what they have managed to achieve in life are of no good to the human being, because all you're doing is beating people down with this identity of yours. The engineer, the doctor, the one person who cannot, you have to address him based on who he is. The judge, the president, like our president, his ego is off the roof, that if you are to even talk badly about him, he's willing to kill you. Okay? So this ego is the one which you're getting your identity from what you have done, and now that ego is the one which is speaking. So Ivan. Oh, Ivan is now in his feelings. Ivan, I need to come back.
Yes, but actually, if you allow me to make just a couple of remaining comments, because I have another engagement start.
I'm sure you do.
At exactly in the next probably 15 minutes, so you may bear with me.
So do you agree with what I've just told you? That your ego is off the chains?
First of all, I would I partly accept your observations. And I'll actually use partly, because there is truth in what you are saying. I'm someone who doesn't discard, some people, actually, I don't discard people's observations. But at the same time, the word you've used there, which I will personally underline, is the word identity, that people get their identity. You see, identity is a broad concept. We may spend a whole year just explaining what identity means. It may mean African identity. I identify myself as an African. You identify yourself as an African. It could mean nationality identity. I identify myself as someone with ancestry from Ugandan identity. It could imply maybe, so it's a complex word. And I agree with you that because of its complexity, one thing we have observed, which I think is very true, and it gives me an interesting perspective for this whole issue, is that within it there are some of these issues of emotions, refusing to actually be confronted with different ideas. So because of its complexity, I think it makes certain people, develop a very repulsive reaction. And they, no, this is probably not the right approach. And then you are like, no. So identity within it actually, it occupies our inner inertia.
Ivan, why are you afraid of talking about yourself? Why do you keep going back to generalizations? Why are you afraid of talking about yourself? I want to hear from you. You're here talking about yourself. You're not here giving us a lecture.
No. Let me give an example. I was giving examples of myself.
Why does it take so long for you to get to your point? Why does it take you so long to get to your point? Why not just go straight and say exactly what you want to say without you having to seem like you're giving us a lecture first?
No, but you see, you wanted me.
Why are you sugarcoating everything you have to say?
Yeah, but you wanted me to comment on what you said, and I first had to respond specifically to that comment.
Just get straight to the point. So do you believe that your ego is off the chains? Yeah, I'm talking to you as Eva.
I don't believe. Not at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Simple as that. Quick in and out.
Okay.
All right. Now give me your submission, and then I'll have to let you go do that very important meeting.
Okay. Yeah. So it's very true that many times identity is complex. I personally, the time when I first saw read identity is when I got into this world of writing, and people say, well, look here, the way you understand. And then I remember someone telling me, it's just the way we understand things very differently. You, the Africans, perceive life differently because of your Afrocentric identity. We, the Europeans, look at the world different because of our Eurocentric identity. And then that's probably another concept of ego, another lesson for ego. But it's an interesting area, and it's probably something I feel I should really explore a bit more. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mugabe. Appreciate that. Let me hear from Ikimi Julius.
Okay. Good morning.
What's
up? Good morning, Andrew. I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm easy. Talk.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go ahead, man.
Yes. I've been listening to... this is actually my first time of being in your space.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been listening to the talk about ego. So I just want I'm learning a lot from you. I've never actually had this kind of deep conversation before. But my point is, is ego useful? Because now, like if we are saying that ego is like something like we lay blames on, we blame devil on, but we don't connect it to like okay, this has nothing to do with God. So if ego is something that we think that's it's helpful for us, like when we like, okay, now from the beginning you talk about forgiveness, which means like, you know, you got to pour out your heart totally for the person that you want to forgive for the wrong it did to you. But on the other hand, do you lose yourself in keeping your ego, or do you find yourself in it? I would just like you to just, you know, give me an answer. I just like to learn. That's what I'm here for. I don't know if you get everything that I'm saying.
I'm really trying to understand what you're saying. Give me a direct question, then maybe we can tackle that, because now you're.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Okay. Let's start with like. Now, if ego is evil, like we said, which has to do with, you know, like pride is of the devil, is something that is not good. It is bad, but is it useful to us? Does it have a good side? Does it have an advantage for mankind? Do you understand what I'm saying?
All right. Like, you see, if you understand that ego is not you, yeah, then it cannot be useful at all. It is destructive.
It's distracted, you mean?
It's destructive, because it destroys everything around you. Because ego makes you overreact. You behave out of character.
Mm-hmm.
Ego makes you behave unnaturally. So,
go ahead, I'm listening. Sorry.
There's so much noise in your background.
Yeah. Don't worry. I just it's okay.
All right. Yeah.
It's
so ego is not you. So the sooner you recognize that, the easier it is to handle yourself, because now your unforgiveness and your pride and all these things that make you feel good and bad are not of you. Okay. Yes. That's why you find you justify your actions based on your feelings. Have you ever done that? Yes, you justify that I was so angry that I did this, or I was so happy that I did this, and that is ego that is doing that, and ego is going to keep you in bondage rather. Because now you're a slave to this other you that is not you. I don't know whether it makes sense. There's like a voice that keeps challenging you.
Yeah. The point I'm picking from what you're saying right now is that, you know, in every human identity, like as much as I know that, you know, we're kind of like a reflection of our past, of where we're coming from, but also we also have like that of we're the combination of our present. You know, like for example, we might still be like, you know, some other person right now, you see that he's being to like a different kind of person entirely. And he moved, like he grew up, like he just decided, okay, I'm not going to be that same person that I want to be anymore. You know, like now, where does his ego stand in who he is? It's a very deep question. I don't know if you understand me.
No, just look for another way to phrase the question.
Okay, all right. So like now, we all just trying to get the balance of who we are, and every day I think every humanity is always trying to find himself. You know, try to find a better version of yourself, how you can be like. But now, ego is a destruction. It destroys you. It robs away who you think you don't want to be. But it leaves you with some experience, some scars. Like you just don't want to, like, go back to who you used to be. But when you connect yourself back, you find a place of peace. But if it's bad, how come it turns out to be good? I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
I'm really trying to understand what you're saying, but let me take you back to when you were as a very young boy.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever heard them saying that it's easier for a child to learn something?
Yeah. It's easier for a child to learn something, right?
Yeah, why do you think that is the case?
Wow. Why do I think it's easier for a child to learn something?
Yes.
I don't even know.
Yes, because a child doesn't have all these other voices that are in his head telling him that he cannot do it or she cannot do it. Yeah? So the children live in the now. And living in the now is what I'm telling you we should all do. Instead of worrying about yesterday and worrying about tomorrow, which is what the ego does for you. That's why you find people are... so you find when somebody is corrupt, they're thinking about tomorrow and thinking about yesterday. So they're thinking about where I've come from, and I don't want to be there again, and I want to create a better future for myself. So they can do whatever it takes now to make sure that they never go back to where they were, and they live a better future. So they can justify that. Yes? Yeah. So you find like an old person. There's a time I was driving this old person, and it's an old lady, very old lady. Okay. She's 90 something. Yeah.
Okay.
And she was so fearful because she has collected all these experiences in her life. And she's so scared of everything because that's all she's been collecting over her life. She's been collecting all the fears. All the fears have grown up, and now her ego is beyond anything else. But a child will ride a bicycle down a hill without worrying whether he'll fall or he's going to die. That experience doesn't exist. So the kids end up being very open to life, which is what everybody should be right now. But because your ego is blocking you from that, your ego has brought in fears, it keeps reminding you of all the mistakes that you've made. It tells you tomorrow is going to be very bad if you don't do this today, So your ego is constantly talking to you, and that is not you. That is not your voice. So you find someone who's been able to completely, or rather manage or overcome their ego. The word is actually overcome. They tend to be happier, and they tend to be successful in most of the things that they do. They tend to be happier because now they're not listening to the voice that tells them, I cannot do it. You listen to all the motivational speakers. Who do you think they're talking to every time they're trying to tell you, wake up? Telling you who's in here, wake up. Because the person who has been alive is your ego. And your ego is blocking you from achieving anything in your life. Your ego is the one which is going to keep you with unforgiveness. Telling you, no, don't forgive them. It was very bad what they did. How dare they do this to you? How dare they? And you're going to walk around with a grudge holding a grudge to your brother and to your sisters and to your family. And this grudge can never go away because you have refused to let it go. And your ego keeps reminding you that exact moment they did that thing to you. Where is Ikimi? Ikimi, are you still here?
Yeah. I've been listening. I just didn't want to interrupt. I'm feeling your vibe. So thanks. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, so you have to recognize that most of us have grown up raising our egos. Our egos have grown up with us, and sometimes now our egos are at the forefront. So you find if you feel very happy or very sad, have you seen those guys who are feeling sad for Ukraine? Have you seen them?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, it drains you down emotionally.
Yes, but why would you feel sad for people you don't know?
It's that's the humanity in us.
No, it's not humanity. It's ego.
You think so?
Of course, it's 100%. Why would you feel sad for people you don't know?
Yeah, but to me, I can just like, someone like you don't even know, but you know that okay, he's dying. These are things.
But it's
you just look at the first approach you have on it, like okay, this could be me. That's just the human that you have to like.
But you need
someone that doesn't even concern you.
You need to realize
we can detach ourselves from that. That reality.
Ikemi.
Yeah.
You need to realize you're operating from emotions. Every time you feel that way, it's your emotions which are speaking. So your emotions have been whipped up for you to believe one thing. Which country right now has no problems? Whichever country you're in right now, there are homeless people, there are people who are going crazy every day, there are people who need food, there are people who need help. But no. Let us all focus on this thing that has been presented to us and now we have been made to feel bad about it. So it is a very emotional thing. Because if you indeed wanted to sort out problems, you would sort out problems. Test.
New Zealand.
Test. Hold on. Don't interrupt. Test. Do not interrupt, please. All right, just hold on. I know you really want to say something. So this ego is what is being fed every day. When you open the news, they feed your ego. Yeah, when you when you do good, your ego is fed. When you do bad, your ego is fed. So they have been feeding your ego constantly and consistently. But men are not supposed to operate like that. Men are not supposed to be emotional, so that you can look at issues the way they are supposed to be looked at and deal with them the way they're supposed to be dealt with. Otherwise, imagine an emotional man. That's a very dangerous man. An emotional man is a dangerous man because he can be controlled.
But you can't rule out of emotion out of humanity. That's a fact.
I didn't say humanity. I said men.
Man, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Men cannot be emotional because emotional men are very dangerous. They are controlled. If you get angry, did you watch the soccer match between, I don't know who it was, and Zinedine Zidane got so angry.
Materazzi and Zidane, right?
It was a World Cup.
Is that what you're talking about?
It was a World Cup. It was World Cup.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Just mute your mic. There's so much noise behind you there. So, Zinedine Zidane, somebody managed to get into his head, and he got so angry in a World Cup match. He got so angry and so worked up, and he went completely out of character. Same thing they say even in boxing or in any other thing, that the moment you get angry, then you stop existing and somebody else gets into your head, and now you destroy. Look at even some of the sportsmen. There's a time Serena Williams got so angry. There's some matches, like in tennis. In tennis, if you get angry and bash your racket, they fine you.
You don't even need to tell me that because I play tennis, so I understand that.
Yeah. So what does that tell you? It tells you that there is no place for emotions when it comes to anything in the world. Because once you're in your emotions, it's not you now. Now your training, everything about you ceases to exist. And now your ego takes over. And nobody can deal with ego. Because ego does not listen. Ego is self-centered. Ego is narcissistic in nature. Ego is destructive. You must get rid of your egos. All of you. Ikimi, hold up. Let's hear from Tess. Tess seems to have wanted to say something very, very important that the whole world needs to hear. Tess, are you there?
Well, I don't know that the whole world needs to hear this, but we all have lessons to learn each and every day. And I make it a practice to, before I close my eyes at the end of the day, to speak gratitude for everything that I received, especially lessons, because seriously, guys, we're all here for lessons. I don't see color.
So, Tess, before you continue, gratitude to who?
I'm sorry, what?
Gratitude to who?
Gratitude to God.
For what?
Making all of us.
So we have to be grateful to God for creating us?
We don't have to. I'm not forcing anybody.
No, but why would you want to go to God, tell him, thank you for creating me? What advantage do you have over someone who was not created? Or someone who was aborted, for that matter?
I have no advantage over anybody.
So why would you be grateful?
Because I'm here.
Yeah, but
talking to you and talking to all of you guys, and thank you for having this platform.
Oh, Tess, you're full of shit. Tess, focus on what I'm asking you, okay? Focus on the question.
No, you focus.
Tess, you're going to answer my questions, or I'll have to let you go.
No, you're
Tess.
okay, block me. I don't care. Doesn't matter. I'm full of light and love.
And you don't see color?
I don't see color.
Why did you say that? Is that something you're struggling with?
I never saw color.
Why did you say that? And nobody asked you. Why did you say that?
My mom is white.
And why did you say you don't see color? Why was that an issue for you? Have you been struggling with that in your head?
No, I don't.
So why is it on top of mind?
You asked me.
I didn't ask you about color. You're the one who started talking about color.
You asked me.
You said I don't see color. Yes?
Quit being defensive.
Tess,
what color are you?
You don't see color. Does it matter?
Black.
You don't see color.
Orange.
Oh, Tess.
White.
Tess. Thank you, Tess.
Yellow. What?
All right. Tess doesn't see color. I don't have time to discuss with Tess on how much color she sees. The wordsmith, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's up? What's going on?
So I just wanted to say that I think the topic of ego is a bit complicated, because I think having a little ego is good. What matters is whether you are able to keep your ego in check. Like, for example, like I usually witness here in Twitter a lot of times, you might say something that maybe somebody disagrees with or is not in line with his or her mindset, and the person immediately either blocks you or like attacks you, or his or her attack dogs come for you. I think that's one element of ego, like where somebody doesn't feel like there should be someone with a conflicting opinion, of which that's BS, because people will always have different mindsets out here, and maturity is being able to live with that difference in opinion.
Okay, so let's interrogate what you just said. Huh? So I put up a tweet and I say Africans are stupid, and then you come and say Africans are not stupid. So both of us are operating from ego, right?
I don't think, not necessarily.
Yeah, because you didn't have to say anything that if you don't agree with me, you don't have to be in my space, right?
But then again, there is freedom of expression.
Yes, but there's also freedom of where you can be. You're free to be anywhere in the world.
Association. Freedom association.
Oh yeah, that's the one. Good, good Albo. Freedom of association. Why do you want to associate with someone you disagree with?
see, that's you said it. It's freedom of association. I can associate with anyone.
But how does that make sense? It's like going to a rally for someone you don't like. Why waste your time to be somewhere where you don't want to be? You don't actually like that person. You don't want to be near them. Why would you go to their rally just to cause mayhem? Does it make sense?
Okay, it depends on what kind of mayhem. There's like you can go to their rally to express in a controlled way how you disagree with their
Yes, but you disagree with them. So if you disagree with them, why even engage with them at all? Yet you disagree. It's an ego trip. You're on an ego trip.
No, you're just expressing yourself.
Yes, that is your ego that wants to express itself because your ego wants to be right. It's your ego that is forcing to be right. That's why you feel so bad that this person blocked you because they did not entertain your ego.
Not exactly. No, right. Not everything is objective at the end of the day, and I don't think in some matters someone can be 100% right, or like maybe somebody says Baba is bad, or another person says Uru is good. It's hard to determine whether or not which person is right between the two, and that's why we allow.
Yeah. So, but maturity is knowing that you don't have to respond to everything that is put out there, right? Isn't that maturity?
No, not exactly. People are different. There are some people who are very opinionative.
So it cannot be maturity if it is. It keeps shifting. It keeps changing form. Then you cannot call it maturity because maturity means one thing. So if it keeps shifting form, you cannot call it maturity. Maturity is understanding that people will have a very different opinion from yours. And you don't have to force yours down their throat. Just the same way you think they are wrong, they think you are wrong.
But I wouldn't block them unless like they're being too much of a headache.
So what if now the level of being too much differs between from one person to the other? You see what I mean? Because for you your threshold of pain could be very different from mine.
But there is a clear line between sharing your opinion and harassment. There comes a time like it becomes now harassment.
How do you know what the line is, yet you're the one who's being blocked? You don't know where the line is. Somebody's blocking you because they're telling you you're harassing me. So clearly you don't know where the line is because here you are. You've left your own handle. You've left your own business that you're doing. You've stopped everything you wanted to do to come and respond to what this person has put out on their own platform, right?
So, like, Kibe, to get you clearly, you're saying if you post something on your page, no one should come and comment on it, whether it's good or bad, like, or maybe only positive comments should be there.
No, we are interrogating what you said when you came here. So you said that you said something somewhere and somebody blocked you. Okay? And now you say it's immature of them to block you. Yet, you are so mature that you went to differ with them on their own platform, on their own page, on their own profile. But you are the mature one. Yeah, them, they are immature for blocking your puny comment, but you are mature to go comment there because you think you are right and you know they are wrong.
No, first of all, like how Twitter is built, like you might see something on your timeline, yet you haven't even followed that person. You see, so you have every right to comment on everything that appears on your timeline.
Just like I have every right to block your ass when I feel you're being a dick, right?
Yeah, that's a right too.
Yeah,
but,
so it's not immaturity. It's just the same right you have to open your mouth. It's the same right I have to block you and not deal with you ever again in my life.
One could like it that way, but
it's not. There's no but, and it is completely at my discretion based on the way you are responding. So you can come today and say no, and that no of yours could be enough for me to block you. Or tomorrow you can come and put a whole paragraph and I entertain it. So just like it is your discretion to go and be a dick on somebody else's profile, it is at their discretion to block your ass without having to give you an explanation.
Yeah, maybe we can agree to disagree.
Yes, sir. At least that we can agree on. Yeah. All right. Let me hear from Brian. Brian, are you there?
Morning, Kibe. Thank you for the opportunity once again. It's a fresh morning. Ego, I refer to it as self-image, the mental image you have of yourself. Now here comes the difference. There are people whose egos are very fragile. There are those whose egos are malleable. Example of a fragile ego, let's say, as you mentioned, I'm a doctor, surgeon, PhD, whatnot, and I drive. I wake up in the morning, or due to one thing or another, I'm having some serious financial difficulties. If my ego is fragile, I will borrow money to fuel my car. If my ego is malleable, I'll simply take a matatu. A malleable ego is an image which can be adjustable due to the situations that we are facing. It's not stuck in some ways that now that I'm a PhD, now that I'm a surgeon, I can never, ever, ever be seen in a matatu. But if an ego is malleable, you can understand, hey, listen, I'm a surgeon and whatnot, but currently, due to some prevailing situation, financial situation, I have to board this matatu. It doesn't matter. I am what I am, regardless of how I'm perceived. That's my definition of an ego. And concerning the brother George here raised an issue of who was this? Who was either to thank God or to thank the people who helped you. Of course, say thank you to the people who assisted you. Then you go back home, say a prayer to thank God. Thank you so much.
Say a prayer to thank God.
First, at that moment, you say thank you to these people out of decorum, out of manners. People don't assist you and you keep quiet.
And then you thank God. How would you thank God? How would that look like?
I say a prayer. I say thank you, God, because something I've prayed about. Thank God for coming through for me. Thank God for bringing these people around for me. That's what I'll do it.
Yes, but what about when things don't go right? Do you thank God as well?
I do. Personally, I do.
And you tell God, thank you for the genocide in Rwanda. Thank you for the war in Afghanistan. Thank you for the earthquakes and the tsunamis. How do you thank God?
Let me say the way I normally say it. Something unfortunate has happened. Thank you very much for this situation. It is not something I wanted, but you know why you have allowed it to happen. That's it. In that,
so if you know that, if you know that it's all coming from God, why even pray in the first place?
Because I believe in a relationship with God.
Yeah. What about the ones who do not know your God? What do they do? Are they unfortunate?
No, it's not. It is my relationship with God. Other people, the best you can do, you can just when I deal with the relationship with God, what do I call it? I manifest it through my conduct. It's not a matter of calling people unfortunate. They are not unfortunate. They are what they are. First off, they are creatures of God. So I do not categorize them as unfortunate. No. Now that calling people unfortunate, that is having a very fragile ego. Why do you call people unfortunate?
Yeah, so
these are just circumstances. There are others who have a relationship with God. Others is strong. Others don't have. It's not. If you don't know why, maybe they are born in a pagan society, so you can't call them. They didn't choose to be born there.
So let me ask you: have you seen the way people pray before a match or before an interview, and somebody is praying? So do you think God is there in the football match, giving one side an advantage, and saying no to the other?
No. It's not about giving an advantage to one or another. Somebody is simply praying for outcomes. Now that's why we are told God will tell you, my ways are not your ways. You make your prayer, then God will make his decision. We are not here. I'm not going to say.
So God will decide who wins?
Yes.
So God will come and say, okay, these guys are Muslim, and since I'm a God of Christianity, I will not allow the Muslims to win.
God is universal. He'll make his decision. That's why I say his ways are not our ways. That's up to him. The most important thing, you've communicated. It's like sending an email to many people. Send emails to companies. So it is the company to decide who he'll respond to. So, and the overlying factor is his ways are not our ways.
Okay, I know that part. But so you're saying God will give an advantage to somebody and decline a prayer to another?
Definitely. So many prayers are unanswered. It's either no or not now. Simple as that. It's not that every prayer you pray to God will be okay. So if I say I want to be president of America, he'll say, shut up.
So let's talk about something like abortion. So God is in abortions?
Abortion?
Yeah.
But God said thou shalt not kill.
Yeah, but you say God is everywhere. And he's in the ones who lose and the ones who win. So even the kids who are being aborted, God knows what's happening, right?
Yes, he's aware of that. And he says that everything you do, there's a consequence. So the people who are committing abortions, those are killers. Their day of judgment is coming.
What about the people who hate?
Those are also wrong people. Why you should only hate? What do you hate? Are you hating a person or are you hating that activity they are doing?
Yeah, so what about the people who hate? Let's be general with that. So if you hate, you just like a murderer, right? Only that you've not committed the act.
You hate.
Yes.
You are not supposed to hate.
So, but if we all have hate in our hearts, meaning that God is dealing with all of us the same way.
Yes, he is.
Okay. So we understand that this communication between you and God is ineffective.
What? Hectic? What do you mean hectic?
Ineffective.
What do you mean ineffective? He'll answer it at his own time.
But why would he answer you and not answer somebody else, or even somebody who does not know who he is based on you? Why would he treat you special and not treat that other person special?
God answering me doesn't mean I'm special.
Oh, it does, because he helped you win at the expense of somebody else. That person lost because you prayed.
No, but he also prayed.
Yes, but that person's prayers didn't get to God. God answered yours. God didn't answer his prayers.
Yes, that's why he comes back to the situation. His ways are not your ways. He'll decide this one I'll answer, this one not answer. It's like the same way people vie for elections. So when this one won the presidency, he didn't win. So
they won because they had God in their camp. So winning is a good thing, and losing is also a good thing.
No way. No, it's not. This is godly. This is not, because the thing is this. He makes. Let's put like this. Your son comes ask you for something. Dad, I want this. For one reason or another, you say no. Does it mean that you're against him? Yeah, he has his reasons. Back to the situation. His ways, not your ways. I'm not giving. So, Mr. So-and-so, Brian, I'm not giving you this. I'm not granting you this victory. I'm not granting you this thing because of A, B, C, D. Simple as that. It's not that I hate you, but out of my unparalleled wisdom, I'm not granting you your wish. End of story.
So if you lose or when bad things happen to you, it is God who's making them happen to you?
He allows them to happen. Allows.
So God allows for bad things to happen to you?
He allows it. Yes. He does.
So when he tells you he's going to protect you, he was not serious?
Protection in order, for example, I'll give an example.
He says, if you pray to me, I'll grant you your wishes.
Not all the time.
But he has said that. So he didn't say, if you pray to me, sometimes I will grant you your wishes. He says, you seek me and you will find. Ask and you shall receive.
Ask, you shall receive, but not the first time. He didn't say, he didn't give a time.
No, you're adding that. God never put that a timeline. So he said, ask and you shall receive. Ask,
did you ask when?
And you shall. Now look at you. He said,
when?
Seek me and you shall find. Ask and you shall receive.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Me and you shall find. He didn't say you shall find me today, you shall find me tomorrow. You shall just, you shall just find him.
Bran, settle down. If God has said, ask and you shall receive, and you go to him and you ask and he tells you no, then it means that he's not serious with his promises.
Or you're asking for the wrong thing.
Oh, see, now you're rationalizing. Now you're trying to make it make sense.
No,
God has he's put it very clearly. Said, ask and you shall receive. Ask. Exactly. So when you ask and you don't receive, then it cannot be God that you're talking to.
Oh, see, Mr. Kibe, when you say ask and you shall receive, you have to now look at yourself. What am I? Okay, if I say, God, I want to be president of America.
Yes.
I shall not receive that one.
Why not? He's told you to ask and you shall receive.
But it didn't specify what you are asking, what you should ask for.
But presidents are human beings just like you. He's told you ask and you shall receive. Why can't you ask him for the most ridiculous thing as long as it is within the human nature? Why are you worried about whether he's going to give it to you or not when he's put it clearly? Ask, you shall receive. Why are you now getting into? You said God's ways are not our ways.
Yes.
But now you're explaining to me what God's ways are, aren't you?
How?
Telling me that, he's going to decide when to give you. No, he's not told you that. He's just told you, ask, you shall receive.
But you see, he didn't give a timeline.
So how do you
say, ask today and I shall give you today? No, he said, ask, you shall receive. You'll receive maybe in 20 years, 30 years, 100 years. I don't know. But ask, you shall receive.
So since you don't know, you cannot talk about it, can you?
Talk about what?
God's promises, because you don't know. You said you don't know what God is going to do. So why even talk to him in the first place? Because you don't know. Because if you ask him, he might decide not to give you, right?
Yes.
So why pray in the first place if you don't even know when he's going to do what he's going to do?
That's where the aspect of faith coming in.
So there's no need for prayer. There's no need for trying to get an advantage from God because he will do what he wants to do anyway, right?
Advantage means advantage over someone else. You are praying for yourself.
No, but you prayed so that Liverpool can beat Man U. And when Liverpool beat Man U, all praise and glory go up to God. Now, I'm asking, who are Man U praying to at that time?
First off, I never pray for football matches. One.
Don't get carried away in the example. Who is Man U praying to at that moment when they have lost?
They are praying to God, but he decided not to answer their prayer.
So it does not matter whether you pray or not.
It does.
Because they prayed also, and God denied them.
Yes.
And you prayed, God gave you. So you are special.
Yes. No, you are all special.
Why aren't you special when God is your advantage?
All of us are special.
Okay, Bran, hold up 1 second. Let me bring your atheist friend here, Albo.
Sema Buddha.
I know you have a lot of things to tell, Brayo. Let me just go ahead. I want to hear from you.
Yeah. Brian, I think you must take care not to become ideologically possessed, because the way you're arguing is like someone who's ideologically possessed. That means no argument, no matter how logical, will ever suffice for your belief. You've said clearly that, because let me use the context of this. The God that you say you believe in is all-powerful, all-knowing, created everything, all that. But yet you feel the need to remind him repeatedly that, you need this, or get me this, or thank you, or whatnot. What I think, is that gods are people's egos. And that's why it's so difficult to defeat the arguments for God because there is no logic behind it. Because you did not arrive at your position of believing in whatever God through logic, it is almost impossible to get you out of it through logic. But I'm going to try anyway. If the God you speak to knows everything before it even happens because he's planned everything, why do you feel the need to pray? Secondly, why is this God of yours never seem to show up for anything serious? I mean, people murder each other in their millions, tens of millions. And while all this is happening, tremendous human suffering is ensuing. But at the same time, you do not want to assign that action to the God. You would assign it to something else. You understand? You can't say, okay, this is also actually God's will, which means that your God is an animal. That's, you know that intrinsically because you're arguing against your ego, which is perfect. So that's why you're finding it difficult to answer Andrew very simple questions. Like, why are you particularly so special that your prayer is the one that has to be answered, not anyone else? It's because that it is you, it is your ego. There is no God involved here. You know that you want the best for you. You are selfish that way most human beings are. In fact, that's how we get to survive most of the time. So your argument to always say that, oh, God will give you what you want, at the same time say God will not give you what you want, at the same time say, no, that is not big enough, that is too big for God to give you. You see how you're justifying one thing after another when you're at the same time being hypocritical of the same position. Saying God will give you what you want, and then in the same sentence, so no, he won't give you what you want. You can't have such an argument and then call it logical or something that we actually have to listen to and follow through because it doesn't solve any problems. Okay? So, Brian, you are required to have a little bit of more logic than what you're showing right now because you are not being honest with the argument.
First off, Mr. Albo, good morning. I like greeting people first. One aspect that shows that I'm not egotistical is coming to the fact that not everyone will have same beliefs as mine. You've aired your beliefs, I've aired mine, and we can.
That's a cop out. That's a cop, Brian. That's a cop out. I'm not here to split those kind of hairs. It's a dishonest argument, and personally, it actually drives me up the wall. We are talking about specific things, about a specific God that you believe in that does things for you. To interrogate that, it means you do not just say, okay, you have your idea, I have mine. Some ideas are wrong, some ideas are right. So no two ideas are equal.
I did.
So let's not play that cop-out game. It's not good for arguments.
First and foremost, try to calm down. Don't be worked up. As I said, it's not about my...
I am calm. Okay. You see, this is what I also don't like. You're already attacking how I'm speaking because you don't want to address my very pertinent issue. When somebody starts to attack you and not the argument, it means that they're being dishonest. Brian, why are you saying I'm angry while I'm just being forced? What's wrong with being loud? What's wrong with being loud? I can't speak with authority, or you just want me to speak the way you speak. No, it's not going to happen. So use the right argument. Stop talking about how I'm speaking. Is what I'm saying not making sense or not, Brian?
You see, it was so loud. I was trying to... yes, you see, you are booming your voice and hey. Anyway.
You see, Brian, that's emotion. What you're doing right now is emotion.
Can I
all right?
Yes. Gentlemen, I need you guys to have a discussion or we move it along. So the two of you need to give each other space to speak. Brian, stop attacking Albo and just get straight to the point. What is the point that you want to rebuttal?
My rebuttal is that I pray to God. And I normally say whatever outcomes that come out of my prayers, I say it's okay. If it doesn't, some prayers of mine not be answered, I'm okay with that. What I know is that he wishes the best for me. He has good plans for me, regardless of how he responds to my prayers. My relationship with God is not based on what I get from me. It's just a relationship that I have. That's it. It's not based on if I say this, if it is not answered, good. If he doesn't answer my prayers, I'm not special or what not. My relationship is good. If my prayer is not answered,
Brian,
yes.
Now Albo is asking, isn't that your ego that you keep talking to every time when you get back home and you're talking to your ego? And
exactly.
Yeah, isn't that your ego that you just having conversation?
That was my question. That was my question, Brian. Don't you believe that? Because this is what I think. People talk about gods like they've met them, they have had long discussions with them, they've shown them their master plan. That's how you're speaking. God will do this and then he'll do this. Well, we all know none of us has met such a being. So what you're speaking about is not God, it's you. That is my argument. Because you don't know what any God is thinking.
Okay,
if at all they exist.
Okay, if I'm to respond to, maybe I can go back to my, maybe our differences are arising out of the definition of ego. My definition is ego is self-image, the I. So when it comes to ego, there are two things. Either it is malleable or it is fragile. Simple as that. About ego, this is God. Those are my beliefs. It's not like I'm talking to myself. It's called faith.
How do you know, Brian? How do you know? Albo, hold up.
Sorry,
Brian. How do you know you're not talking to yourself?
That's what we call faith.
So you have faith that you're not talking to yourself. Is that what you say?
Yeah, I have faith. I'm talking to God. Yeah, just pure faith.
Okay, Albo. I'll give you
a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, just a quick statement, Brian. You don't get to redefine words to suit your arguments. Ego is basically a person's self-esteem and self-importance. That's what it is. It's not what you are describing it as. So let's not change meanings of words so they suit our argument. I'm saying their self-esteem and self-importance is what is making you speak like this. Talk about how this God wants this and this way and that way. And while we know you have not met no such God, you can't give us a shred of evidence. So you've not recorded a TikTok showing the guy telling you whatever. That's the level of evidence we need for you to make such a statement. That's what I'm saying.
All right, gentlemen, hold up. Let's hear new voices. Before we do that, Gift, you have something to say?
I just wanted to ask Brian, probably he can answer some other time. You know, there's a Bible verse apparently that says, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you a hope and a future." There's this mega plan by this supreme existence called God, and even with the fact that we already know that His God plan, we still have to constantly pray. So let's create this scenario where this God has created a plan that you're going to die a poor man, and you on the other side as Brian wake up every single day, toil to death, and you pray. You tell God, you know what? I really want to make money. I really want to live a certain way. Does that mean you're going against God's own plan? But to also circle back to the same question about the plan, you've not seen any of that plan. So you're walking in assumption that there's an existence of a plan. Just go think about that.
You said the verse says, "I have plans to prosper you."
That's apparently according to this English version is Jeremiah 29:11.
Yeah. So as long as there's a plan to prosper, then you can't talk about dying poor. You said it yourself.
When a thief leaves the house, he prays so that he doesn't get caught. And you, when you leave the house, you pray that you don't get robbed.
Yeah.
Which prayer does God answer?
Commandments say, "Thou shalt not steal," so you can judge for yourself.
So if the thief manages to steal from you, who granted that prayer? Because it means your God failed, and the thief's God is more powerful, or the thief's God is more powerful, failed, which is one and the same thing. So what I'm trying to understand is, when Kibe asked you, when two teams are playing, and one decides to one team decides to pray, and they end up losing, what does that mean? And why are we associating any success to God and any failure to the world or to the devil? So
we personally, I don't associate that when you say at failure or anything associated to the devil. No, simply God didn't will it that way. There is no issue of associating with the devil.
The thing is this. I'll just summarize the entire thing. There are 2 billion Indians.
Yes.
2 billion. There are almost another extra 2 billion Chinese. Out of just those two races, none of them, or a smaller percentage, only believes in what you people called God. Because Buddhists worship whatever they worship. Indians have got like 1,000 gods. If you consider a continent like Africa, one that I probably rank as the epitome of a prayerful continent, it's one of the most disturbed. Actually, we are faced with all the issues that are man-made, yet we pray so much, to a point that currently, if you go to South Africa right now, if you go to Nigeria right now, if you go to Kenya right now, if you go to any country that is currently about to hold elections, they're talking about 45 days of prayer over a man-made issue. You're praying over a man-made issue.
To answer that, you are talking about Africa has... let's focus now.
I'm not done. Just 1 second. So you pray over a man-made issue, and you end up exalting the leaders who gets chosen, and you come out and say, this leader is chosen by God. But what you don't put in consideration is the fact that the leaders you present, or the leaders that are presented, just of the same caliber, they're all thieves. You just pick the lesser one, or the one you think in your own head is a lesser thief. Yet, a religious person, either Muslim, Christian, or whatever, will come out and say, God has chosen this leader. Isn't that same leader that we have in Kenya right now, that is taking over a country, destroying it, putting it to its knees? Why isn't God hearing the pain of the cries of his own people? Why isn't God hearing the pain of, what's happening in Kashmir, or what's happening in the US, or what's happening with abortion rights and all that? Is God only sensitive to what he feels works for him? And when you consider countries that barely even think about God, don't even believe in God, are prospering. But the countries that are apparently on the lowest of the food chain are the ones who end up believing in this supreme being. That means your God doesn't show up. If you don't even believe in yourself that you can dream to become a president in US, then that means he can't show up.
I'm not interested in even being president because my dreams are somewhere else and I normally pray over them. Concerning what you said about, let me focus on Kenya. Yes, we are actually bursting at the seams with all manner of churches and prayer groups and prayer meetings and whatnot. But the question at hand is, do we implement God's word? The nearest Kenyan from you will try to steal from you. God said, thou shalt not steal. The nearest Kenyan to you will try to kill you for coins. God does not say that. Is that against God's word? Is that very much against God's word? So the thing is this, it's one thing to pray and then there's implementation of God's words. If I told you not putting any implementation of God's word, those prayers, in fact, they are normally said that before him, it's just like noise. The nearest Kenyan to you will try to pickpocket. The nearest Kenyan for you try to scam you out of whatever coins you've made. So you can't say we are a prayerful nation. We are a stealing nation. Implementing of God's words and praying, you are turning that prayer into noise. You are aware of what you're not supposed to do. You are aware of what you do. No matter how many churches you put up, no matter how many synagogues and prayer meetings you have, you are not going to be in God's grace. If, for example, you know somebody is a thief, you vote for them. What do you want to go to do? You know very well this person has a rotten record. But, you vote for him.
Brian. Now,
yes, sir.
Now you've completely removed God from the discussion, and now you brought it back down to human beings. I thought God is one who's giving you the advantage. God can take out anybody you want on your behalf. Because remember, he helped you win a football match. So why can't you pray for him to remove the leader that you don't want? Because God is all supreme, right?
Who votes for these people?
Yes, but God can change that.
Already,
why are you bringing back the responsibility to the human being? Yet we were talking about you and your faith in God. That when you're weak, He is strong, right?
Can I go back to my previous point? Implementation. I pointed out the nearest.
Is that God in the implementation of everything that you do?
As I said before, these people, let's say you are somebody who steals, who kills, and then you make a decision to vote for someone else. That's it.
So God is losing in Africa because He has no people to implement for Him.
No, he's not losing.
Yeah,
he's given us free will. And the consequences, this is the way, follow this is what happens. You follow this is what happens. Look at the country.
So it has a question. Question, yeah. Brian. All this morality you speak about that is put down in the book, isn't it possible? Because I'm really trying to get you to open your mind. Isn't it possible that these are things we've learned as human beings, as we've done, tried and tested, made mistakes, seen the result, made the mistake, seen the result again, and then changed accordingly? Because you want to have it always. Isn't it possible this is just as trial on the trial and error process? Not any God influencing it.
I've specifically pointed out to stealing and killing. There's no trial and error. That's just wrong. It's just wrong.
Okay. Wait, guys. I want to hear from George. George, jump into this one.
So I'll pick up from where I left off with a guy from Uganda that believed that God was the one that was driving the matatu that got him to work safely. And the story that Gift gave about his mother, saying that she used to pray that God take over control over the vehicles that have been made by the hands of men. But she wouldn't give the control of the knife to the same God. And the things you are discussing now makes me remember how we have seen pastors in Kenya, and I'm going to go to Pius Moiro when Kibaki was running for president the first time. And Pius Moiro came up and said, God has anointed me with his holy oil and prepared me to be the next president of Kenya. Now, when he did not get to be the president of Kenya, my question was, because I went back to that, did God just got beat by Mwai Kibaki? What happened here? God is the one who anointed you to be the next president of Kenya. You are Pastor Moiro, for heaven's sake.
Can I chime in at some point?
Yeah, I'll let you know when. So everybody was convinced at Odeon Cinema that we need now, as Andrew used to do back in the days in Rangata, go around the city reclaiming Rangata for God. At that moment, I think it's 2013 or something, everybody, 2003, everybody was convinced that now God has appointed Pius Moiro, a young man with mama issues, so bad that he had to marry a woman 20 years older than he was, to be the next president of Kenya. There is the anointing oil here that cannot go to waste. And then Emilio Kibaki beats God. So when I see people doing the things that even Gift is saying, of praying for the elections and saying, now it's in the hands of God, I remind them, God is not a registered voter in Kenya. God is not allowed to drive a matatu in Kenya. The devil does not have a driver license in Kenya. When I see Ruto's wife going to Sarga to pray over, quote unquote, the black spot where accidents always happen. The wife of the vice president of the country is going to a stretch of road that accidents always happen to pray over it so that accidents stop happening. But there is the journey from Nairobi, Karen, where they live, to Sarga is about 3 hours. And that's when they have the roads cleared. And in the course of that drive, there is no other kind of a voice coming from the Architectural Association of Kenya, whispering to her to say, maybe if we made that stretch of the road a dual carriage and separate oncoming traffic from the opposite traffic, we had a better chance of reducing accident on that stretch of the road that you are going to sanitize with the holy oil and pray over. We have been brainwashed. And when I say we, I mean Africans, to surrender our God-given power of will and power of choice back to God through religion. So we are never responsible for anything that happens. When the rest of the world is looking at a problem of diseases and they bring their best brains in the biochemist technology to come up with a solution, we go kneel down and pray. That's why we are still struggling with cholera and Ebola and malaria and everything else, because the solution to our disease problems cannot come from the power that God has given us. It has to come from the power of kneeling. But when COVID hits, the pastors disappear, and they are folding hands. And in one of my posts, I have this image of a big toad folding its hand, and I say, this is a pastor waiting for scientists to solve the problem of COVID and come up with a vaccination for it, and then go back to church and say God provided the cure. If you look at the advancement in education in the rest of the world, and you compare it with the ones in Africa, is because we want to solve the problem of ignorance with prayer. And this is just a problem of Christian religion. Because if you look at the Jewish religion in Israel, they capitalize on religion to make Israel the destination of all the people to come see the history of Christianity. If you look at Islam and the origin of Islam in Mecca, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry, and they even put it in their religion. If you are able financially and in health, at least once in your life, you have to go to Mecca. They have capitalized on religion. The Jews have capitalized on that's why they have these busloads of people being taken on tours to see the Weeping Wall. Obama was there. He wrote a little prayer and folded it and put it in the gaps because the Jews have capitalized on religion, while in Africa, the religion is studying in the way of solving hunger, of solving poverty, of solving ignorance, of solving development. I put up a tweet 2 days ago.
Okay, so you've tied the anti-religion sentiment into anti-Semitism.
So I put up a tweet. That was me blocking that guy. I put up a tweet 2 days ago of a picture of an old building that obviously used to be a factory where people used to work and make a livelihood. And now it has a cross, and now it's a church. And I said, it's only in Africa where they shut down a factory, turn it into a church, and then spend time there kneeling down, praying God for jobs. Because we cannot accept the God-given potential to pave our ways. And when I deviate from that message, this guy from Uganda now is even questioning, are you truly a Christian? Because, bro, let me back. What was his name? Mark Karaoke. Early in the 90s, he had convinced us, and I believed it, that this new futuristic model of a vehicle called Muso was designed by the devil under the ocean. I don't know if any of you are old enough to remember very early in the 90s when Muso came up. It was a very curvy, full-size SUV for the African market. And
I recall it was called a Muso Sanyong, powered by Mercedes engine, made by South Korean industries. Fantastic.
Yes. But at the time, Mark was convincing us, Mark Karaoke of Deliverance Church, that it is designed under the ocean by the powers of the devil. And I was going way deep into this imagination of how that factory looks under the Indian Ocean. Fast forward, when he needed to upgrade from a Toyota to a bigger car, what did he do? He brainwashed everybody to contribute every little coin they had to buy the pastor a car because that's what God wants. So what kind of car did he buy? The Muso. This is the same person when Sister Agatha is sick. She's called to the front to be prayed for. But when his own wife got sick, it happened. She's not called to the front to be prayed for to get healed. Pastor Karaoke got the Deliverance Church, not just the Nakuru one, but all over the country, to contribute whatever they had so that his wife can be taken to Houston, Texas, USA, to the best treatment in the world. For him, the best treatment comes from science and technology in the first world. But for you puny ass, labistic, brainwashed motherfuckers barely making it in life, come to the front and we'll pray for you. Success, a prayer is not in the success equation. Preparation and planning is in the prayer equation. When you see athletes winning, when you see two opposing teams winning in the field, when you see people lining up to play, to run 100 meters, the result of that is not going to come from prayer. The result of that is a very simple equation. Success is when preparation meets opportunity. Take back the power that God put in humans, the power of will, the power of choice, and quit with this nonsense religious bullshit of going back to God to ask to solve the problems which he already put the power in you to solve.
One thing, George, if I'm to make a direct reference to the Salga, was it called Salga or what? That black spot. Most of the accidents that occur there are due to people who are going downhill, then they start overtaking on the climbing lane. You are going down because you're in a hurry, you overtake a vehicle ahead of you, you get into the climbing lane or into the extra lane, then you ram into an oncoming climbing vehicle. And God says, my people perish for lack of knowledge or for ignorance. You are well aware you're not supposed to do that. That knowledge is there, but you are not using it. So that is something. In fact, those perishment, that is God told you, if you do not make use of that knowledge, you will perish. That is why people are praying. So for that issue of the wife of the president going there to kneel down and pouring, I don't know, lubricant on the tarmac or whatever they were doing, that is a mockery. It's a serious mockery of the human being.
May I also add that vice president's wife and the vice president himself, they now have a functioning church inside the vice president's official residence in Karen, and that church is ran or operated or pastored by Wairimu Nelson, who changed her name from Wairimu Nelson to Teresia Wairimu. The same person, when now in the 90s, when I was growing up and deep in religion, was calling people to the front of the church to be prayed for so that they can have children. These are the langas that have aborted 7 times. And now they need God's override of the damaged womb and a godly universal intervention through the power of healing and miracle that is only designed and delivered and apportioned only to Teresia Wairimo, to reverse what they had the free will to do, and now they want God to intervene and somehow plant a semen in the womb that no longer has the power to allow a sperm to attach on. I'm saying this slowly so you can go with me step by step of what it takes to misuse religion here on earth.
Gentlemen, we need to develop this conversation beyond the religion beyond religion, because now we are getting caught up in what Brian brought to the fore here. We were discussing ego. Now you guys have gone so hard into religion, because now which religion are we discussing? Which God are we talking about? Because, that's the whole conversation, right? And is this a God of your own making in your head? Is that what the Raymond Nilssons of this world and the Reinhard Bonnkes and everybody else, who's this that is being talked to that we keep referring to as God? And how come we have so many different ones? All right, let's progress the conversation a bit. I see there's a lady here as well. Debbie, are you here?
Yes.
Yes, Debbie, what did you want to say?
Well, thank you first of all for the space and those who have contributed so far and the listeners here. Well, I wanted to say that ego to me is that personality component of us that is conscious of decision making as we live on daily. And decisions come with the consequences, whether positive consequences or negative consequences. And the ego can also guide our desires. And having an ego makes us, ego makes us feel happy, proud when we get something that we want. The ego also makes us able to show off when we have achieved some things that we've worked so hard for. And we may also feel a sense of security because we have an ego. And also the ego makes us take things personally. On the negative side, you take everything personal, whatever, and therefore you suffer no matter what. So the ego makes us sad or depressed if things don't go the way we expect. Negative emotions and fear take hold of us and keep us hostage because the ego is injured or the ego is hurt. And so with the ego then, we begin to see the signs that we may be going astray. You listen to advice, but you rarely follow it. Means the ego is above and beyond its ruling. You never look for flaws. The confidence is good, but it should not prevent you from being self-critical. You should also have moments when you check on yourself, say, hey, how am I doing here? I think I need to make changes here. And there, I think my emotions are high here. I think I have anger issues. I think I'm a narcissist. I think I need to do something. But ego makes you feel like, no, you don't have anything to work on. You're just a perfect person. Keep going. Doesn't matter whether you put people down or you are a bully or whatever. You just keep going because the ego says it's all right. Keep doing that. Makes you feel good. You try to do everything yourself because, you strive to work solo.
So,
Debbie, up to a point, but include others. Yeah.
Debbie, so is ego a good thing?
it can be a good thing and it can be a bad thing depending on
how is that
whether,
possible? How can something be good and bad at the same time?
Oh, yes, because here we know that as human beings, we should have control. That is part of our, we should have self-control.
How can something be good and bad at the same time?
Most of the things in this life have disadvantages and advantages depending on how we apply them and how we put them to use. Even food. Food is good. Food can also be bad.
When can food be bad?
When you overeat it, it can hurt you.
It's not the food that is bad. It's you and your bad manners that are misusing it. The food is good.
Yeah,
food remains good, right?
Exactly, but also within the foods, there are also foods that can be harmful to the body, and there are foods that also can be good based on our choice and decision. So
so how can something be good and bad at the same time? That's an oxymoron. It doesn't make sense.
Exactly. Yes, it doesn't.
So either ego is good or it's bad.
Yes, so that's why I'm saying we need the ego because it's part of our decision making. We need it. But how we let the ego...
Wait. So when you're making a decision, you're talking to your ego. It is your ego that is making the decision for you, right?
It is not necessarily the ego that makes the decision, but it's a component in us that is designed to help us.
But is it good or is it bad? And who designed it to help us?
Like I said, as human beings, because we are discussing ego because somebody came up with the word ego. Whoever came up with that word in our vocabulary,
so who designed
put us there.
Who designed it?
That's exactly that's what I'm saying. That whoever came up with that word, because you're asking me who designed it, and I'm saying
you're the one who said it. You're the one who said it was designed for us. So who designed it?
Yes, according to the vocabulary that we study around, it's part of the component of a human psychological being. So with that, I don't know who designed it, but I know that as creatures, we are created with all these components in us. That's why we talk about psychology and all the other issues.
So
how and where those things were derived, who started them, we don't know. So we are basing on the available information.
Okay, so is it good or is it bad?
Like I tried to discuss as I started, I tried giving some, maybe the positives of feeling happy and proud when you get something you want. You feel good because your ego that way feels nurtured and met, because the ego is basically you want things to go your way. You want to feel good about something that you have worked on. But if it doesn't go your way, then you feel bad. To me, I think that's when the ego is injured.
So ego is when you feel good and when you feel bad. That's your ego that is reacting, right?
Depends on how you see it.
Because you cannot separate the two and say when you feel good, that is you, but when you feel bad, that is your ego. Both ways,
exactly.
it is your ego that is reacting. Yes.
It is the ego, yes. It is the ego. And that's why, in my opinion, I think the ego should be under the control of a human being and not the human being being controlled by the ego. But in most cases, our egos can take over us, and that's why we do things that seem negative and seem unappealing.
All right. Okay. Hold up. Thank you, Debbie. Let me hear from D-Mac. D-Mac, are you there? Ego is it you? Is it not you? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it evil? D-Mac, going once, going twice. Then let me hear from Ralph Gogi. Ralph Gogi, are you there?
Yes, I am. How are you doing?
Go ahead.
Now, about this ego thing. First, you were talking in the morning earlier on. We were talking about validation. And one thing is, whether you like it or not, all of us require some level of validation. What changes between me and you or any other person is a level of validation you need, you require to survive. And no human being is complete, and that is why we are social beings. So we all require some level of validation. That is why we are on social media. That is why we get married. That is why we get children. That is why we keep going back to our parents. That is why we post our small successes. Like when you buy your car, when you're in Naivasha, you post those things. There's some level of validation everyone requires. So it just depends on the level that you require to survive. Of course, there's some you as a human being must learn how to live on your own, how to survive, do and be able to do and to be able to function on your own. On the issue of the ego is a very important thing, especially if you want to achieve stuff, right? Somebody said, humility will take you nowhere. Humility will just get you used, and will get you, you will be praised as a good person. But I tell you this, if you have an ego, but by the way, this comes from maybe my experiences. All my life, since around maybe 5 years old, I've been playing a sport. So I have played tennis, and I spent most of my life playing basketball. And for you to thrive, the amount of ego you need on a sports field is enormous, because everyone wants you to back down, and you cannot allow that. You have to let your skills, you have to, first of all, have an ego to believe in yourself that you're this good. You believe that no one can beat you. Then after that, you now work hard to back up your ego. And you can even look at when you look at music, especially rap music. The more egocentric you are, the more likely you are to have more fans. The more egocentric you have, the more the fans can relate. It's only that people don't realize. When people say, I am the best, and everybody wants to be, yes, I am the best, it is us feeding into that ego. If you don't believe you're good, you already have you're already self-inflicting yourself. So when you
Ralph, hold up, slow down.
Yes.
So
yes.
Is ego a good thing or is it a bad thing? Because now when you talk about the musicians and the stars, hold on. When you talk about the musicians and the stars, we have seen how ego destroys them.
Of course.
Yeah. So is ego a good thing or a bad thing?
You see, the previous speaker said it. It is just a tool, all right? It is just a tool. It depends on how you use it.
So is ego a good thing or a bad thing?
It's the context in which you use it.
Is ego a good thing or a bad thing?
Let me ask you a question. Yeah. Let me just ask you another question. Is fertilizer a good thing or a bad thing?
It's very good.
Yes. But you cannot. But when you go and make bombs to kill people, then it becomes a bad thing.
No, fertilizer doesn't change what it is. Fertilizer does not become bad because you have used it badly.
Yeah, exactly my point. That is what I'm saying. It's a tool.
So
it's a tool.
So is ego a good thing or a bad thing? We have said fertilizer is good. We have said fertilizer does not change.
Ego is good. Listen, an ego is good when used the right way. An ego is bad when used for the wrong way. It's just like a panga. A panga is a good tool to cut sugarcane.
Slow down. Ralph.
There's not. You cannot.
Raffo.
It is the way you use it.
Raffo, you're being unruly. Slow down. Relax. Okay. Answer my questions. We shall have a good discussion. I'm asking you if we talked about food. Food is a good thing. Okay. Food never changes. It never changes and becomes bad. Food is always good. Fertilizer is always good. It will never become bad. Okay? Ego. Is ego a good thing or a bad thing? Now you tell me it's good, then we discuss. You tell me it's bad, we discuss. Is ego a good thing? Ralph Goge. Have I hurt your ego?
Unmute yourself.
Now Ralph has gotten his underwear in a knot. Oh, he's so pissed now. He's just, he's about to tweet something very, very diabolic. Ego. Let's discuss ego. Ralph, I'll wait for you to come back.
Boss, I'm saying ego is a machete. It's a tool. How you use your tool is what makes what makes it bad, not the tool. The tool is okay.
So explain to me how. Explain to me how you.
And I'm saying this. You when you have an ego and you can back it up, that is what drives you.
So we all have egos.
Yes, we all have egos.
Okay.
We all have egos. Yes.
So we all have that voice that is talking to us about our lives.
Yes. Okay. You have an ego. Now, how you use it is what separates me and you. It is purely a tool.
So you say
when you take a panga and you go and cut and you go harvest your sugarcane, it is a good tool. So when you take, it is a tool, right?
So
it's a tool being used in the right way, right?
Okay, so you talked about
the tool does not change when you go and attack your neighbor. The tool does not change. It is the individual who changes.
You're too noisy.
Yes.
Relax, man. Relax. Take it easy. Let's have a discussion. Okay? If I interrupt you, just get interrupted and let's have the conversation. So let's talk about the sportsmen and the musicians and the actors and everything, right?
Yes.
Let's take, for example, like these guys who off themselves. Is ego a good thing on their part?
Again, this is what I am saying. They have used the tool wrongly.
So show me somebody who used ego to their benefit.
Michael Jordan.
He used ego to his benefit.
Yes. Michael Jordan could not believe that anyone could beat him on a basketball court.
Okay.
He went 6 for 6.
Why? Is that ego or confidence?
No, oh my God. It's his ego.
Is that ego or confidence in your abilities? There's also that. There are other people who have ego and don't have the confidence in their abilities, and they are losers.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is what it is. But your ego is what keeps you. Your ego is what keeps you confident.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
So can you be confident and not competent and win?
Confident.
I asked you, can you be confident and not competent and still win?
Yes.
It
happens all the time at work.
Like who?
No. It always happens at work. It always happens at work. The more confident, confidence always beats competence.
Confidence
always beats confidence. Yes.
Where you are?
Look, and that is why. You always wonder, this guy. When it comes to when you meet him one-on-one, you realize that this guy is incompetent, and half the time he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. He's so confident.
So listen,
fact that he's so confident, he's able to fool all of us.
Rafo.
Yes.
Rafo, slow down. So at that point, it is a bad thing.
Yes. What is a bad thing?
Winning on that level is a bad thing, right?
No. Why? For who?
I mean, for the rest of the people who are working with him.
Yes, of course. You see, yes, of course it is for them. But the problem with them,
so it's not winning.
They're so humble.
No, so
they're so humble.
So it's not winning.
So humble. He's winning.
Yeah, but it's not winning for the general populace. Everybody is losing because this one person has forced their way into life that should not have existed.
No. It is. Listen, nobody forced anything. You guys laid down and allowed it to happen. That is the difference.
now we're just, okay. Hold up. I want to hear what.
Let me tell you.
Wait, Rafo. Wait, Rafo.
There's a guy called
Rafo.
I will score 35 on you. Why did
Rafo? You don't listen at all. I don't know why you just want to push it. Hold up. I'll come back to you, Rafo. Let me hear from Wasike. Wasike, are you there? Rafo, don't say anything. Let me hear from Wasike.
Yo, morning.
Wasike, why are you in your feelings so much today? What's going on?
I'm not in my feeling. I think there's a shit of country.
Yeah, you're in your feelings. You had to come into my inbox to ask me what's happening, Kibe. What's happening? What's that about?
You made me the speaker. You made me the speaker. Then all of a sudden, I couldn't hear anybody. So I was asking you, what's happening? I thought there was something with the error or whatever, but I just came to realize it was from my end.
There's no canvassing on this space. All right, go ahead, Wasika. Give me your thoughts.
Okay, jobless quotes. Okay, we are talking about ego. Ego is, I've seen people talking about it, and there's what we call ego investing, which many people are doing here. This is just to serve you the feel-good hormones, which we once talked here, the dopamine addict in people. You just want to feel that feel-good hormone in you, that this thing favors me. That's why people are believe strongly in something that when you talk ill about it or talk something negative about it, that person can kill you. For example, a strange Christian, if you tell such a person that there's no God, that person can kill you. So the person wants you to feed his dopamine addict by telling him there's God. Yes, he did these miracles on me. He did these miracles on me. But the thing is, you have your own belief, and that's your mind. The same way you look at Jesus when he was in the wilderness. We are told that he was tempted by Satan to turn the stone into bread. Literally, was there Satan? Was there a snake? No, it was his own mind telling him, why can't I change this thing? Because I have the powers. Why can't I change this stone into bread? But he said, I cannot. He was debating with his mind, nothing else. So it's your mind. Let's stop putting things that are saying that, oh, God told us, oh, no, it's you and you alone. That's why this is another point. More important
So if ego is your mind that is speaking to you,
yes,
then it cannot be a good thing.
Okay, Kibe, and everybody, this is my point. Ego is in two perspectives. There's the positive ego and the negative ego. Let me finish this point, then I go explain the positive and the negative. Okay, the more important the aspect of your self-image that challenged by the truth, the more likely you are to go into denial. That's why people resort to denial when recognizing that the truth will destroy something they hold on. The positive side of ego. Let's say I should go to the gym. When I go to the gym, I get motivated. People tell me, you'll not make it. You just go to the gym for the first 2 months, 3 months, and you'll give up. But my ego tells me, keep going, son. Keep going, Wasike. Keep going, whatever, George, gift, whoever. That's a positive ego. But the ego, or the negative ego, is that of, you are told, this thing is wrong, but you still hold on that this thing is right. For example, you are told, avoid women before you, they usually tell us here, as a man, between 20 to 30, invest in yourself, avoid women. But my ego comes out strongly and tells me, no, who is Kibe to tell me? I go invest in women. Once I get in 30s, the same women have gone away, decided to down me. That's a negative ego. So we need to understand the positive side of ego and the negative side of ego.
So my point here is this, and maybe that's what I need to bring out clearly, is that anything that pushes you in any direction, whether it is positive or negative, is ego, and it is dangerous. Because it is feeding you dopamine in both sides. Anything that makes you feel good or feel bad is dangerous for you. And this is what we call ego.
True.
Yeah, because what happens when it does not behave the way you want it to behave?
You go into denial.
Yes, you go into denial, and now that's why you hear people saying they're in depression because things are not working out the way they want them to work out.
Yes.
Yeah, so anything that makes you feel good or bad, that is your ego. Because you cannot take it because it's just making you feel good, and then when it's making you feel bad, you deny it.
True.
That's why you find the Christians and maybe some other religions, they attribute good things to God and bad things to the devil.
True.
And it's all happening in their heads.
But the same Bible tells the same people that Why love? Why do you say you love God whom you don't see, but you can't love your neighbor you see? What does that tell you? It's your mind to tell you that everything is there. Dopamine addicts.
But you see, again, now if you're going to use the Bible, means that somebody else has to use their own, the Quran, other person has to use the Bhagavad Gita, somebody else has to use the Chinese, whatever interpretation, right? Because it's all, these are words of men that we have tried to explain God with.
True.
Yeah. So,
in conclusion, this my take. There are three things that really affects us if we don't go and analyze them very well. One is the school. The school wants you to be a worker. The school doesn't want you to be a thinker. Two is the media. Media will spread fear so that it can easily influence you or manipulate you. Three is the religion. They want you to bow down to somebody else so that you believe on something. So you need to tackle these three things well as an individual. In summary, or to end my point, some people are too learned to be good to themselves and to the people around them. Thank you.
Oh, man. You guys need to, thank you very much, Wasike. Appreciate that. Let me hear from Kenya Daima, then we move to S. Wait, before Kenya, you say anything. Samson Huki, are you here? Samson Huki, are you here? All right. He's not here. Let me hear from Sami ND. Sami ND, are you here? Sami ND going once, Sami ND going twice. All right, those are the. And then, yeah, Mkenya, go ahead now. Let me hear from you. Then here we go.
Kibe, I wanted to make a small comment about ego, and I will just give it in this analogy. You see, Kibe, when you do an action, there is first time when you do an action, right? And now, ego is when you do the same action for the second time. So basically, what ego is, it is remembering the past actions in the present. That is what ego is. And every time, because I've tried to relate it with today's discussion, and then I've looked it through time, I'm realizing that ego, it is those past actions that you are doing in the present, and every time you do now, you keep pushing them forward. You keep giving them energy. So basically, that's my definition of ego. It is those actions in the past, you are doing them each and every time. So basically, they have been traveling with you. These actions of the past have been traveling with you. So each and every time, when you do them, whatever happiness they give you, because those actions that you did in the past, whatever dopamine they give you and everything, you keep giving them energy to continue forward. You get to move forward. So that's why ego destroys most of the people. That's why everyone is saying, yes, everyone has the ego. Yes, of course. It's because it's these actions of the past we have been giving energy each and every time. That's my view from a distance.
Yeah, thank you, Mkenya. That's ego is what is keeping you in the past and having you project into the future and takes you away from the now. So you're unable to live your life in the now. You keep holding on to the past and worried about the future. And the ego is very happy doing that. That's why you find people, you'll find people giving so much credence to everything else but the now. If you go against them, those guys can kill you. How dare you go against me when this is my ego that I have been pumping up for all this time? Let me hear from Robo. Robo, then I'll hear from Rich and then Chinedu. Robo, are you there? Robo D. Nigerian, how are you? This Robo D guy, what's going on with him? He has to put on the generator. Yeah. All right, let me hear from Rich One. Are you there?
Chinedu is from Nigeria. He can rescue the generator noise.
Yeah, maybe they live in the same hood, in the same room. They have to put on the same generator.
Why you say that?
Kibe, they are running away from Boko Haram, so he also has to put that in his
Kibe, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
Jinedu, go ahead. What's on your mind?
All right. Good day, everybody. I don't know. I'm speaking from Nigeria, and it's 9:20 a.m., so it's morning. Basically, I like the conversation and the topic. I love when George was speaking. He gave some great insight, even though I have some opposition to what he's saying. But let me go straight to what we're discussing, which is ego. I feel that ego is self-esteem. It's just your esteem that is ego. I don't know what people mean by ego when they feel they talk about ego. They talk about ego as something that is outside of you. But ego is more like a mirror that reflects you as a person. So it's the way you see yourself. And what contributes to the way you see yourself? Of course, there are a lot of things that make a human being. Your education, your environment, there are kind of people around you. All these are factors that contribute to the way you see yourself. And you can see yourself in a certain way that makes you destructive. And you can also see yourself in another way that could make you a good person. Now, coming to ego being a good or a bad thing, as you are asking, I think I'm from the school of thought that nothing is actually good or bad, because I know that matter is neither created nor destroyed. We came into the world empty. So whatever we make out of what we have is what people, based on accepted norms, on what the society thinks, like what the society accepts as norms, will now categorize it as good or bad. So when it comes to the issue of ego, I feel that the way you look at yourself can make you do good things. It can also make you do bad things. So I just feel that we have to make that distinction, because bad is what we assign. We collectively allowed ourselves to assign that this is good. Yes, it is good. And if tomorrow we agree together that what we are saying now is not good, again, is no longer good, and we decide to change and shift from that stands, of course, that stands, because it's more like a majority and what we accept. And now, when you go to what I said before, when it comes to what makes a person and how you see yourself,
sorry,
environment.
Chinedu.
So you see that environment consists of the human beings around you and what you're doing. Hello,
Chinedu.
Can you hear me?
Chinedu, before you go too far, so is morality subjective?
Morality, yeah, I've had this.
Because
it's relative. It's relative.
Because your argument is as long as Chinedu, your argument is as long as we all agree to it, then we can decide whether it is good or bad, right?
Yes, of course.
So as long as we all agree, we can decide whether it is good or bad.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
So it is relative, subjective, objective. What is it?
I feel morality in the sense of faith is relative.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
yes, morality is relative. Yeah. Yeah, so morality is relative. It's a relative term, but what I know is what we have institutionalized in universally, which we can say is embedded in our ethics, may be universal. But when it comes to morality, it's relative, because as I am now, I'm a cradle Christian. I'm a Christian, and I also I observe some Christian customs, and I also observe some traditional customs. That means I do both. So like I get
my own, I don't know how to put it for you, but the moral basis of whatever I do is between the two, and anything that is not morally aligned with the two, I see it different. But what I see different may be different from what my Muslim brother will see different. It will also be different from what a Hindu brother will see different. An atheist will see different. You get. But what wins at the end of the day is what we collectively agree as and say, yeah, look, this is what we want. This is the order of our conformity. So for you to be accepted, because
it is based on the majority. What the majority agree to.
Yes, exactly. So for we to be accepted, to live in peace with our real sense of mental health in the society, we agree to conform to the norms that majority.
So something like corruption is not bad because we've all accepted it.
Good, exactly. Corruption is not bad in Africa. When I say this, people think I'm lying. But we as a people have accepted corruption because I don't know how I get to the airport. I have to tip somebody, before I get into bus. Maybe I came late to something. I have to tip somebody, and I expect someone I give leadership that passed through the same means to act different from me. No, our leadership is the reflection of our people. So I feel that corruption is not just it's not a bad thing in Africa. It's not a bad thing because I can actually justify our I don't know for others, but then for me in Nigeria, I can actually justify that a little bit of gifting, bribery, and corruption is rooted in our tradition. Because
now, like when a policeman takes a bribe from an unroadworthy vehicle, and the vehicle goes and gets into an accident because of that mistake that the police allowed it to keep moving, and maybe 5 people are killed. So is that acceptable?
Wait. I have to rephrase your context because you are bringing two things. You're bringing two things now. You see, the corruption being institutionalized and people agreeing and they being corrupt is different from them, living with the consequences of their corruption. Because you're not talking about consequence. You're talking about the sequelae.
We're talking about morality of corruption because now you say it as long as we agree, then it is okay.
Wait. That is where we have the conflict, and that is where we have the conflict. Whether we agreed to be corrupt, but on the consequences of corruption, we don't agree the same, because some people will agree that what caused the death of that person is the person not being careful. You understand? They may try to argue from the person's point of view, absolving the police officer.
Yes, but so we have to agree that if corruption is good, it is good, irrespective of the consequences. Then corruption is good. Then if corruption is bad, it is bad, and then we can begin to fight it.
We can't agree that. Like in principle, we can't agree that.
So there's no way. So my point to you is this: how can something be good and bad at the same time?
Yeah, I didn't say corruption is good. You get it?
You said we are, as long as we agree to it, then morally we are absolved of.
I didn't say it is good, and I told you my basis for good and bad. You understand?
Yes, you say good and bad is decided, is subjective because we decide what is good and what is bad, right?
Yes, exactly.
So we decided in Africa. Slow down. We decided in Africa that corruption is good. Okay. We said corruption is normal for us, so corruption is good. So when corruption kills people, that is also good. Isn't that the case?
Well, yes, of course.
Okay.
Because
So corruption, if one, so morality is subjective.
It's relative.
Okay. So how can something be good and bad at the same time?
How can something be good and bad at the same time? Well, everything has repercussions. So it's all about the effect of whatever you're doing. It's about the sequelae. That is what determines outcome. Do you get? Do you understand me?
So when the Nigerian people are fighting for the government, fighting so that the government can stop being corrupt, yet they've agreed that corruption is good. What is that about?
Now. Let me draw this illustration to you now. The people are fighting currently because the society has looked at it and said, look, these things we have thrown over time is affecting us and we don't like the outcome. So let's go back. Let's come together because whether you like it or not, but salvation is both personal and collective. So the collective aspect of it is what people do when they come together and say, well, we want to reverse our decision because it's more like a decision they've been making. So over the years, we have been making some terrible decisions because of what it's part of that agreement I told you about. Like,
so why did you make terrible decisions when everybody agreed that corruption was good? So meaning somebody
no. Okay.
So now, how can you change it? Because right now the Nigerian government. Let me ask a question. So the Nigerian government right now is.
Let me answer something first before you ask, please. Let me just.
Chinedu, slow down. Let's have a good discussion. I said the Nigerian government and all other governments in Africa are struggling right now because of corruption. They are saying that you agreed that corruption was good and now you're changing your minds that corruption is bad. So how can something be good and bad at the same time? That's why the governments are fighting. They're saying, no, you guys said it was okay. Because here on one hand, you're telling me corruption is bad, yet you're still bribing the policeman. Yet if I give you a job in the government, you're still going to be the same corrupt motherfucker who is crying on the outside that corruption is bad. So how are you going to force the system to change when you have a conflict of morality?
Now, the basis for my argument was that the premise I gave you was that what makes us to agree on something is based on majority. But that doesn't mean that the minorities, there are no minorities. That's another part of the argument you're supposed to look at. You understand? Now, the people that are corrupt, of course, I told you something, that morality is relative, but I feel that ethics is universal. Do you get what I mean? So I told you that what makes up what we do in our societies, or what we agree, whether it's good or bad, it's based on what the majority, rallies behind, and it creates the required conformity that we need. Now, remember that when there are majorities, there are also minorities.
Hello.
When there are minor voices, when there are major voices, the minor voices are still there. It's just that let's say if you have to draw a graph, you see that majority of people will fall into where a lot of people will fall into where the majority is. But that doesn't mean that there are people that didn't fall out.
Yeah, so but Chinedu, we agreed that as long as the majority.
Let me finish.
I know where you're going. I'm saying we agreed that as long as the majority have voted that this is good, then it is good. If they vote this is bad, then it is bad. That's what we said, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so whether the minority like it or not, it was voted that this is good. So if corruption is good, then it is good for everybody. Whether there is a minority or there is none. Because when people vote and they agree that this is what we're doing, this is good for us, then it is good, whether it is bad for anybody else or not. So it is subjective. So you cannot decide today and say this is bad or this is good. It is based on what people decide.
it's not you are mixing the both terms, relative and subjective. I don't know.
Okay, hold on, Chinedu. Hold on. Don't go anywhere. I'll want you to close up when we come back. Rich One, are you there? Or Rich I? Okay, AJ, are you there? AJ.
Okay. Good morning.
Yes, go ahead. Have you been listening to the discussion?
Yeah, I've been listening to the discussion. I wanted to say that corruption, I don't think corruption is the main issue that's affecting African countries. It's a frame of thing that has been framed so that we can be brainwashed somehow. So there is something else behind corruption. So corruption is not a main issue.
What is the main issue?
Not unless now we discuss and maybe figure out what it is. I don't know. It's like a baby. Like when we are babies, and
AJ. All right, thank you, AJ. Are you done?
No, just continue. Let me figure out my exact point. Then
All right. Dr. Success, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead.
I think AJ is very confused. Good morning. Let me start with that.
Why is AJ confused? And you
Good morning.
What's happening, bro?
I'm good. I think AJ doesn't know that there are guys who are driving very many V8s in the name of campaign, and we do not know where they got that money from. And to dispute the fact that corruption is the main problem we have in Africa, that is very inconsiderate of him.
What is the main problem?
Corruption. Problem is corruption, of course.
What is corruption?
Because it's bridging a gap between the poor and the rich. Just the few rich people are the ones who are really getting more rich, while the poor people are getting more poor.
Is that what corruption
is? Just because this money is being channeled towards a few people who are in the government as per se. Yeah.
Which money?
Huh?
Which money?
Taxpayers' money. Taxpayers' money.
Okay. So corruption is it a good thing, since in Africa it seems to be the order of the day, or is it a bad thing?
It's not a good thing, and I've heard someone called Chinedu saying it's subjective. There is no way you can say something is subjective if it okay. When someone says something is good and the other one says the same thing is bad, then they don't clearly understand, because because of morality says something is either good or something is bad. And morality is a social construct. It's the society that has decided this is not good, this is good. So what Chinedu is saying, that what some people consider bad is good to us, that's sabotage. He's not being realistic.
Okay.
How will you say that I'm not being...
Chinedu, hold on. Chinedu, hold on. Guys, hold on. Do not jump in. Let me hear from Rock Hardwood. Rock Hardwood, are you there?
Hello, Kibe. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. I was gonna say the problem with us is not even corruption. The problem with Africa is we just don't love ourselves, Because, for example, take this for an example. if I'm going to visit Africa, I have two passports. I have my Tanzanian passport as well as my American passport, right?
Uh-huh.
If I'm visiting Africa with my Tanzanian passport, I'm treated like a piece of shit. But if I visit Africa with my American passport, I'm treated like a fucking king, you know?
So, is it that you don't like yourself, or the continent doesn't like itself?
No. I think the problem is not that it's not that I don't like myself. The problem is Africans look down on their fellow Africans. That's the problem.
Why is that?
No, but how can you explain that a citizen of a country can visit that country with that document and be rejected, while how can you explain that if I visit my own country in Tanzania with my American passport, I'm treated better than if I go there with my Tanzanian passport?
Yeah, so what is your explanation? You're saying it's because we don't love ourselves?
Yeah, we don't love ourselves. We love other people way more than ourselves. We love white people way more than
How is that
us.
possible? How is that possible? How can you love somebody more than you love yourself?
That's that's the dilemma of like black people everywhere, all over the world.
In fact, are you a Christian?
Yes.
And there's a time Jesus was asked, what is the greatest commandment? He had to reiterate that the human being is so selfish that he wanted you to love other people the way you loved yourself.
Yeah.
Okay? So I don't think it's a thing about self-love.
Then what do you think is the problem? How come white people are treated way better than Kenyans, for example, in Kenya?
It's a
Kenyans.
It's a mindset. It's a mindset. It's not about love. It's about hate. Yeah, it's about hate. So it's not whether you love yourself. Everybody loves themselves. Everybody wants to succeed. Everybody wants to survive. Everybody thinks they are supposed to be something. Everybody has something in their head they want to be. At the back of their mind, everybody knows that they are supposed to be special. So people don't really hate themselves. What people do is they hate. How do you say it? You hate your life.
Okay.
Yeah, you hate your life because to you have been fed a different. Like you see how the Kenyans. Have you been to Kenya?
Yes, I've been to Kenya a few times.
Right? Like there's a time I went to India, and when I left India, I came to the country. I had about two bags, and I bought a lot of stuff for my bitches and my sisters and my mom. Okay.
Yeah.
And when I got there, a lot of people were passing with very big bags and were not stopped because they had come from other countries. But yet, this one person who looks like he's from this same country, and because I was speaking the language, and this guy took advantage of me and he made me pay at the counter. And I asked him, why have you done this to the person who you should let go, and the ones who you should be interrogating, you are letting them pass?
Yeah.
Right? And I could see the hate in him.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not that we don't love each other. We hate each other. I don't know whether that makes sense.
That makes sense. And I also think this is a bigger problem than corruption and all that other shit, you know?
Yeah, because once you don't have an identity as a human being, then everything else doesn't make sense. And that's when now you're going to allow your ego to control you. You're going to listen to your thoughts, everything you want. So you're going to get consumed in the past and in the future. That's why even the other day when we were having a space here, you could hear, I don't know whether George is still alive, but we were discussing how in the future we can see where the country is going to go to because we have a past to look back on. All right?
Yeah.
So that's why everybody right now, even on the campaign trail, all they're doing is selling the past and the future. Nobody is ever selling the now.
Yeah, it makes sense. But like even in Kenya, when even like the campaign and like whatever they're saying is just to excite the people. Like whoever can excite the people more will probably end up getting. It's not about issues.
Yeah, you're very right. So it's all about whipping up the emotions and feeding your ego.
Yeah, it's all about singing and dancing and making jokes.
Yeah,
crazy.
You're right, man. Thank you, my man. Appreciate that.
All right. Thank you. Keep it.
All right, guys. Let's start to close this up. I know it's been a very, very difficult discussion, and it didn't really have. There was no conclusion to it. We just shooting the breeze, so to speak. AJ, I want to hear from you, AJ.
Okay, I'm back. Now, I was saying corruption is not the main issue. I think the main issue is the interstate conflict, things like terrorism and unconstitutional change of government, whereby they make us believe that corruption is the main issue that's affecting Africa. Now, that's what I was saying. We are like babies. And the mother is now this space now, whereby when you are a baby, your mother is the one who could have. Maybe when you are sick, she will not know where you are sick. So what she will do, she will take you to hospital and get treated by the doctor. The same case now, like we are babies, we are all crying corruption, claiming corruption is the main issue that's making Africa not to develop. But now here we are the mothers now. We are supposed to discuss and know what exactly we can do to eliminate that brainwashing thing of corruption, which making Africa not to develop. And I think things that we are supposed to do as African countries, maybe to transform ourselves and to start developing. Maybe it's by building transformative and good governance and democratic institutions, such things. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, AJ. You guys have to understand, everything you're talking about has to start from somewhere. Does it start from the human being? Where does it start from? Antonio, are you here? Antonio, Samurai. All right. Elijah Kiko, are you here? Elijah Kiko, going once, going twice. All right, Elijah Kiko is nowhere to be heard. JGK, go ahead.
What's up, Kibe?
I'm easy, talk to me.
All I wanted to say is it is about the amount of times you said about football teams, and I wanted to say I'm a Chelsea fan, and the times I prayed for results to go for a game, I can't even count, and the amount of times we have lost. So to me, I feel like since I started listening to you, I started realizing some things don't make sense, and I should start thinking on my own. You see,
yeah.
like Kibe, there you say speaking in tongues.
Yeah.
Like there is somewhere, it. I don't. I think I saw it somewhere, and I remember it said, and I remember the way it says speaking in tongues. Then I remember I saw somewhere it said there might be in Jesus. There might be a story where like Jesus did not resurrect. Disciples may have lied they may have lied for saying Jesus resurrected and things. And then I remembered, and we always say that the disciples spoke in tongues. So it makes me question some things.
Yeah, again, you have to question what you have been taught. Yeah, because if we are this corrupt after being taught, then it means that what we've been taught has corrupted us. Yeah, so we must start operating from out of that and create your own identity, or rather, allow your identity to grow. Yeah, so that you can stand on your own and nobody's going to convince you to do any. Because some of these stories that we hear, even some of the stories in the Bible, you're like, this story doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. Some of the stories, even in the Quran, you're like, it doesn't make sense. Why would somebody be holding on to this story and yet it doesn't make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I hear what you're saying, and yeah, because
even Kibela. Yeah, continue. It is another story. Continue.
No, it's okay. Just let's move on to that other story.
Oh, okay. I wanted to say the last thing is even Steph Curry he recently won the championship, the NBA, and he said when we were last in the conference, people were doubting us, but it's the work. And he said he worked since June last year. He has worked for a whole year, and the work that he has put on, he's seeing the reward that he has won even the NBA championship, even when people doubted him, even when people said the team was not stable and everything. So even if you pray, even if whatever you do, it's the hard work and everything that will put you and take you there.
Yeah, all right. Thank you, JGK. I do not. You see, some of the Christians, they completely miss the mark. And that's what George was saying earlier, that you have given all the power to God, yet God gave you the power. He told you, go out there and just be a human being. Whatever it is you find to do, do. Now here you are saying, oh, no, let's wait and pray to God. Let me sleep for 16 hours, but God will sort my problems out. Let's transform this factory into a church, because God wants us to pray to Him every day, every second of the day. George, go ahead.
Oh, I had a point earlier when that guy was talking about corruption, and you're trying to impose on him. It's not because we love ourselves. It's because we hate ourselves. If you look, and there was an article, and I can't find it now, and I know I had posted it on Facebook. There is a junkyard where they dump all the airplanes that have been decommissioned from the sky. And the article at the time was, that is where African leaders go to buy airplanes. They hate themselves so much that they cannot go to Washington State at the Boeing factory and order for a brand new airplane that's going to give them service for 30 years. They go to a junkyard, I think it's in Nevada or someplace, and they say, Natagai. And if you look even in our individual choices, the Mutuba business has thrived in Kenya, whether it's clothes or shoes or anything, because the word is not like we don't love ourselves enough. The word is we hate ourselves. And back in the day when Mutuba started thriving, my father used to say, those are clothes from Marehemu George of Britain. And the reason is we cannot make better choices for ourselves because we do not love ourselves enough to meet the level where Jesus said, love your neighbor as you love yourself. That loving yourself part is missing. In the midst of the greatest noise of religious, in the midst of the greatest religious noise in our communities and our societies and our African countries, we cannot love ourselves to do best for ourselves. And that's why we hate ourselves and we hate others. That's why we hate success in our neighbors and our fellow countrymen and our fellow black people, whether they are in Nigeria or South Africa or in Missouri, USA. That hatred of self is what is putting us down.
Okay. Okay, I'll have a rebuttal to you, George. Andrew Mutua, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, go ahead. Just start to close it up.
Okay, great. Thanks, Kibe, for this space. Yeah, it's quite a deep discussion you had here of ego, which seems to have morphed into religion and God. And yeah, definitely these are also questions I'm asking myself. And now realizing that, yeah, it's true that I've actually not been developing my own identity and self, but really nurturing my ego in many ways. And again, I think I mentioned that I've been reading some stories from this philosopher called Ayn Rand. She also speaks of the aspect of mysticism, and she says, a lot of the problems that we have is we tend to relegate to mystic powers, and this can be in the form of religion, God, superstition. And I think that's what has bedeviled many of us, this aspect of it's sort of outsourcing our mind power and thinking power to another force. When if we can't take time to think through it, try to analyze it, try to question it, it's why we end up having to resort to some of these religious things that we've created for ourselves in many ways to appease us. It could be in the form of prayer. It could be in whatever form. And again, that also, as you are questioning, when it is good, you thank God. When it is bad, who do you blame or who do you pass that to? It's I don't know. It's definitely a good question to think through. What I do know is I think we do live in a world where the evil and good exist. The yin and yang, if you may think it of sorts. I remember reading of something called the principle of impermanence, and it's the whole idea of it's sort of detaching yourself to an outcome and realizing that, you don't have control of what that might be. You could resort to the principles that if it's hard work and those kind of things, but whatever will come of it, it's definitely not of your control. Tomorrow, we don't know what it holds. Again, it's out of our control. So it's definitely things that I'm seeking to define for myself. I'm even realizing now, maybe instead of adopting the religion that I came to find or I was given by my parents or the socialization I got, I think it's high time I define that for myself and leave that for myself. So it's those kind of things. So just wanted to share that. Thanks.
All right, thank you, my man. I appreciate that. It's crazy how the more we know, the less we do. It doesn't even make sense. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Then we think we know so much, yet when we challenge ourselves, we realize, shit, do I even know anything to begin with? The greatest enemy will hide in the last place you would ever look. The greatest enemy will hide in the last place you'll ever look. Greed is the only snake that cannot be charmed. We are approval junkies. We are in need for the slap on the back and the gold watch. All right, close it up. If you've been here, let me give you a chance to have 30 seconds to say whatever it is. We've discussed many things today, so let's just go hard on whatever it is you have on your mind. Let me start with Alex. I'm coming to all of you, so just hold on. Alex Mwangi.
Hello, everyone.
Yes, speak up.
To the Tanzanian guy, I feel like we Africans, we see ourselves as
Alex, you sound like you're in a drum, bro. You can do better.
Let me change my mic.
Change your mic. Who else do we have here? Brian, are you there? Brian in Goody Juma.
Kibe, thank you very much once again.
Close it up.
Yes. Just to acknowledge you as the chief riot controller. I was to talk about ego, religion, and it blew up. Anyway, just thank you for the space where people come in and go hard at each other. This is a very rare space. Let's see you in the evening for the YouTube session. Big up to the other hosts, George and Mr. Daryl.
Thank you, my man. Thank you, Brian and Goody Juma, for coming through, always with nuggets of wisdom. We don't have to always agree. I don't know why people have that mentality that men have to. No, we don't. That's the beauty about men having discussions. We don't have to agree, and we can still have a drink and enjoy some. And we are not agree on anything. So, Albo, go ahead. Albo was cinema. Albo Films.
Pole, I was trying to unlock the phone. I think it's important, at least from what I've seen online, at least the psychoanalysis behind ego. I think it's important for us to understand exactly what they are trying to describe, because it's their words, so to speak, which basically says it's the part of the mind that mediates between the conscious and the unconscious, and also responsible for reality testing and a sense of personal identity. So I think everyone has that. So I would err towards Rav's argument, part of it, in that it's a tool that is there that regulates how we see ourselves, whether we are in reality or not. So how that is utilized is the most important part of this. I think the argument kept on going back and forth because the descriptions, so to speak, were not fully understood. And I think it's important for any person to regulate how they see themselves. Don't deceive yourself, because we have that a lot these days, where people deceive themselves to be what they are not. You can see it. Recently, these youths that were killed for conning people everywhere, they were trying to live up to a fake image they had created. And due to that, they could not restrain themselves. Their egos were now being used to try and justify a false sense of identity. I think it's important that we look into that as human beings in general, but more importantly, as men. Your ego is your biggest builder or destroyer, and you must keep it in check. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Albo. I appreciate that. Thank you for coming through. Let me hear. I don't know whether Octavia is still here. Octavia, are you still here? Going once, going twice. Ralph Goge, give me your submission.
Give me a 5 seconds. I run up.
Ralph has to go to the ceiling, to the roof, rather. Try and get some network.
I'm at the roof. It's not because I want to network. It's because I don't want to make noise for my colleagues. So there are two ingredients that everybody requires. It's your ego and submission. I'll give this example. Steph Curry earns about $40 million a year compared to his coach, who earns about $5 to $8 million a year. But he's so egocentric that he believes that no one can beat him. All he does is shoot all day long, and he doesn't care whether he misses or makes it. He keeps shooting every day because his ego allows him not to go down, not to feel bad about missing. He's also very submissive to listen to his coach, who will tell him on how to improve his game and how to become a better player and make him a better teammate for the rest, for the goal ahead. So ego is important. I'll also say this, and I'm not sucking up to you, and if you feel that way, fuck you. The only reason that you're here, Kibe, the only reason that so many people listen to you is because you're an egocentric motherfucker. If you are not, half of us would have killed you with the bad with the bad vibe, the bad feedback you get from so many guys. But you've been so consistent because you have a fucking ego that tells you you are this great. And that is why you keep coming here consistently and telling everyone, fuck you, and you don't care about it. Is because you're an egocentric motherfucker. The more egocentric motherfuckers we have, the better for us, the whole world. Because everyone will have to up their game. But the lesser we are, the lesser egocentric people they are, the worse it will be, because the bad egocentric motherfuckers will rule the motherfucking world, and we will be in a shithole forever. The reason why Africans do not do well is because they are not egocentric enough to believe that they are good enough to be as a Chinese, as a white person, and everything. That's it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a great week. Cheers.
All right. Thank you, Rafo. He just called me an egocentric motherfucker. Gift, are you there? Of course, Gift is not here. George, give me your... George, are you there? Yeah.
Yes, I have a correction. When I was referencing to this supernatural power of playing over a stretch of a road, I mentioned an architectural engineer. I meant to say a civil engineer. Other than that, if God came from heaven today and told me one thing that we can change, I would request that we take specifically the Christian religion out of Africa and replace the churches with technical and technology training centers to better our own lives. Because there is no God coming from heaven to do that which he has given you power to do, no matter how unaligned that statement is with the faith that with the religion that you believe in. Thank you.
All right. Yep. It's been a different kind of morning. Thank you, George and Gift, for being my co-host this morning, as always.
Andrew.
Who put this lady here?
I did. I should have looked at the board before I spoke. I need myself a good dose of Thick Bay every once in a while.
Thick Bay, go ahead.
I wanted to interject while George was talking, but I thought it would be disrespectful because I didn't want to go before him, or rather after him.
I didn't see you on. I didn't see you on the board. Otherwise, I would have given you the chance to speak before. But go ahead. It's okay, George. He's a big boy.
George. Thank you, George. Thank you, Andrew. Anyway, I want to is it supplement on what George said about religion? Well, we are having problems in Africa when it comes to our politics and our living because of this stupid thing called religion. People are so desperate to believe in something, they do not believe in themselves. So most of these African women who pretend to be so godly, and men who pretend to be so godly, they just do not love themselves, like George said. They lack something. They're desperate. They want to believe in something, and they do not even question what they believe in. They just follow whatever nonsense they see called church or pastor or bishop or priest, or whatever, and it's so stupid that they hide behind these churches, they hide behind these religions and go ahead and do very bad things, And this is the one thing that is causing Africa whatever bad shithole we are going through. It's the one thing that is causing this too much corruption, deaths, murders, because Africans do not love themselves. They do not believe in themselves. I don't know what to say, but I feel so angry. I feel so angry at people who believe in religion, mostly Christianity. They are pretenders. They do not even know what they believe in. They're just thinking us all. And it's so annoying.
All right.
Thank you, George.
All right. Thank you, Thickbay. One thing that I know for sure is that whatever Thickbay, I don't want you to get annoyed, because even the people you're getting annoyed at are probably annoyed at you because you don't toe the line, you don't behave the way they behave. There's no one person walking around the world saying, I am evil. Even the one who's going to take something from you, they don't take it from you because they think they are evil. They take it from you because they have made it make sense in their minds. They have rationalized it. They're like, it is for my own survival. I'm doing this for my own survival or for my children. There's a movie that we were discussing with George called John Q by Denzel Washington. And Denzel Washington was, he had a son who had, I think, kidney problems or a heart problem, one of those two. And the wife was in Denzel's ass so much because Denzel was unable to make things happen. And she told him, you must make sure that this boy doesn't die because I love him very much. And you must go. George, what was it? Was it a heart? What was it?
It was a heart problem. He's what we, when we were growing up, we used to call it a hole in the heart. Which in essence is an enlarged heart, yes.
All right, yeah. So the kid has a heart problem, and the wife is on Denzel's ass. Like, you must do something. You must get the money to get us on the list so that this boy can have his heart replaced. When somebody dies somewhere else, they'll bring a heart to him. And the wife could not give Denzel peace. And she got so into his head. And Denzel went ahead and he did what he had to do to make sure that his son was okay. Now, the movie put a positive spin to that. And we all saw the positive spin and we were happy and everything. But years later, when I thought about it, I was like, wait a minute. This guy went, he hijacked, I think, a bank. He was unruly. He did all these things because his son was special to him. And he made sure that his son jumped the queue. He forced the whole hospital. He held them hostage just because of this one son. And he did not care about anybody else. So in his mind, he was justified because he loved his son very much. It was all his ego. I think if we look at God, God allows these things to happen because he has none. He has no ego. The same way, you'd allow things to happen even to your own children as long as it's supposed to happen. The ego is what makes you do things you don't want to do. You know these things I'm not supposed to do. I'm not supposed to do it, but you cannot stop yourself. You know I'm not supposed to do this. How many of you know you're not supposed to sleep with other people's husbands or wives? Yet you cannot stop yourself. How many people are obese? You think those people don't love themselves, the obese people, and they cannot stop themselves from eating one more hamburger, one more? They can't help it because their ego is super inflated, just like their size. How many people are alcoholics? They can't stop themselves. If they could, they would. Who wants to be an alcoholic? Who wants to do all these things? You cannot stop. Bro, none of these people is looking at themselves as evil. But from us, because we are judges, we can sit from our rooftops and our mountaintops and say, oh, look at those evil ones. Because we've created a morality on our side, and now we're saying this is what. Nobody is walking around thinking they're evil. Even your most corrupt leader, he's doing it for somebody's benefit. For what I want to do, I do not do. But what I hate, I do. There's a lady the whole discussion started with Kenya. There's a lady who was, she's 37 years old. She's gone out and complained to Twitter because she put up a photo of herself. And everybody was now making fun of her. Not just everybody. I mean, there were guys who were just thirsting on her as well. But she did an interview some 2 years back. And she said she does not want to sleep with men, but she cannot help herself. She finds that she slept with this guy, and when she wakes up, she's now feeling guilty because it's not her who was doing it. It's the nature that is inside her, that ego. We have to go back to get our identities, my people. We have to get that identity. That part of you that feels nice and feels bad, that is not you. That part that wants to lie, that part that is emotional, that wants to cry, that gets angry, that is not you. You need to get rid of that. You get your own identity and decide who you are, how you like your life to be. What I want to do, I do not do. But what I hate, I do. Nobody's walking around thinking they're evil. I'm sure even the devil, if you ask him, God is evil to him. It's like God is the bad one. Me, I'm good. Me, I'm here trying to do good things. I'm here trying to solve my shit. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, ladies, for joining me this morning. It's been a wonderful discussion. Has left me with a lot of questions as well, which is a good thing. And maybe we can follow this up at some other time. But yeah, it was one of those ones, and I would like each person to just take time and research and find out, is this me? Is this me who wants this? Is this me who's stuck in my past? Why do I keep remembering this thing, yet I don't want to remember it? Why do I keep worrying about the future, yet I should not be worried? I should be living in the present. I should be here now, but I can't. People are always living tomorrow. People are always living the next minute. Somebody's in a party, living somewhere else, and the party is popping. Find somebody walking in town, they're depressed because now they're living at home. Now they're already in the house. Others are living in their childhood, all the molestations and things that happen there, so they are unable to move on. They are of no good to this world because the world that we live in is now. Be in the now, gentlemen. The now is what exists. Ladies, be in the now. Get back your identity. This unforgiveness that you have in your heart is killing you. And it is creating a whole new ego because the unforgiveness is not you. The unforgiveness is now what talks to you all the time. Because every time you feel pain, you remember. And that remembrance is not you. Every time you feel any pain, you remember. You don't live in the moment. You're like, oh, I feel pain. And that's why you find that people are going to do whatever they want. They can do anything to numb that pain. Let's get our own identity, my people. All right, thank you, guys. See you tomorrow, same time, same place. This has been a production of rogueradio.live. And if you do want to continue, or rather to listen to a lot of these conversations, we've had them for many months now, do join my patreon.com. Remember to join the patreon.com/KibeAndrew. Remember, yeah, some of you are making plans to make plans. No, just remember to join once we're done with this. I appreciate you. See you tomorrow. George, you have something to say?
The list of the people, the recent, the most recent list of the people who have joined Patron. I don't know which one you have, but I have put one here. At the bottom of it, there is Jacqueline Wambura. Do you have that one?
Man, you've gone far. Eh?
I can.
Okay, just read it for me.
All right. So these are the most recent subscribers to the Patron, and we have Jacqueline Wambura. Aden Abdullahi is on the Fukusui level of $15. Arnold Amaswache, Wambugu Wahome. Owen Joroge is on the subscription level of Rabistic with $10. Sami Katz is on the Fukusui level of $15. Emon, Gaido Bernard, Robert Kibet, Chris Kirui from the UK, Sudiata Keita, Louis Achoki, Tony Graham, Nick 4Bs, Oscar Odongo, John Waweru, Mirko I, Andrew Motua, Sammy Joroge is on the Fukusui level for $15 a month. Clyde Wawire, Dr. Stan Simon is on the Together Like Diabs level with 68 Australian dollars a month. Gladys Waithera is on the Labistic as fuck level with 35 Denmark kronas. Bedan Muigai, Hanan, Gary is on the Fukusui level from the UK. Witayuna Stewart on Fukusui level with $15 a month.
That's it. All right, thank you, man. Thank you, George, for that list. It's good to acknowledge you guys who have jumped on that patreon.com/KibeAndrew. I appreciate each and every one of you. All right, the ones who joined earlier, the ones who are joining now. Thank you very much. I have been holding these sessions not because we are trying to get anywhere. I don't really care much for how far we can go with this, as long as we can just start to talk. We don't have to come to a conclusion. There are no conclusions to get to. We just talk. Let's open our mouths and talk. Because the one thing that we've been unable to do over a long period of time, because my dad never sat me down. I didn't have uncles to sit me down and even to listen in on their conversations and to know how men behaved. All I know is just in my head, and we had to create a whole new world for ourselves. And I appreciate all of you who come here and we rub off on each other. Iron sharpens iron. Okay? We rub off on each other, and that makes it just makes a lot of sense. Yeah, whether we are in the right track or on the wrong track, just know when men come together, great things happen. All right? Thank you very much, gentlemen. See you tomorrow, same time, same place.